2020. Happy New Year, everyone. So the point of the hearing today is going to be to discuss the operating budget and whether, obviously, we have any questions of the department heads and further concern or questions regarding your budgets. Okay. So I see Graham Pellerin, who's representing the fire department budget here. I want to get him, this is going to be his first time presenting the budget. I want to get him up here and have him go through his. Do we have a motion to see Grant out of order?
So moved.
Second.
Guess we'll call to order.
Thank you, Graham.
This is televised, right?
I have no idea.
It is televised. We're called to order as selectmen. My next question is, who's taking the minutes?
I am.
You are, okay.
Yeah.
Did you find the budget? It's 4210.
Okay. We found Graham's budget. What number?
4210.
So we're gonna go to page 7. So do 20. We're gonna go to page 8.
When we did that, looking for the Indian artifact shit. No one did that, right? Where'd that get charged against? They get charged against Heritage?
Okay. So Graham, we're just gonna start and we're gonna go down here.
See a charge against there.
Basically, if someone has a question regarding what we're gonna bring up on the line, just say bye, and then at the end of it, we're gonna discuss it, and we're gonna discuss why we feel that we need to further discuss these budgets that were proposed to us. Okay, so salaries full-time proposed is $270,250. Salaries overtime is $30,000. Salary secretary is $45,760. Salaries fire personnel is $50,000. Salaries per diem $135,000. I'm just gonna buy because I think he probably wants to explain that. Ambulance supplies $6,500. Capital equipment $1,000. Computer upgrade $5,100. Comstar fees $8,000. Consortium dues $2,200. Dry hydrant $1,000. Dues $1,100. Electric is $10,000. Equipment repairs $6,100. Equipment upgrade $5,500. Fire prevention $500. Grant $2,000. Hazardous material $500. Heat is $9,725. Hose replacement $2,000. Mileage and meals $500. Oxygen $500. Protective clothing $15,000. Radio maintenance $2,000. Rolling equipment $9,000. SCBA is $4,825. Seminars and training is $7,000. Supplies is $2,200. Telephone is $5,500. Uniforms is $4,200. And we have, looks like, zeroed out salaries part-time and supplies equipment. We don't have a proposal on those. Oh, that's, sorry, different section. Okay, so the salaries per diem. I know that it's kind of going to change the way you operate, and if you could just offer, you know, for the public, why that's changing and how you're kind of overseeing that change.
Sure. So when I took over as interim chief on September 1st, we were having issues answering emergency calls and getting ambulance out the door in a reasonable amount of time for medical emergencies. So other area towns departments have done the per diem thing. Per diem is just a fancy word for part-time, basically. So I switched, with the approval of the selectmen, switched full-time staff to 24-hour shifts with a complement of per diem members. So now the station, assuming that all the shifts are covered, is manned 24 hours a day. That is the most cost-effective way. Thank you. That's the, after presenting several options to the selectmen and researching them, that's the most cost-effective way to ensure an ambulance out the door. So there's three pay rates for per diem. It's kind of in the average of area towns for now, so that's where that money came from.
Okay, and I feel like I want to also say the total budget, sorry, is $666,460 with an 11% increase, and it appears the majority of that 11% is coming from the per diem. And from what you described, this is because you didn't feel you had adequate coverage to serve the community, and this is the effort you're going to take to better serve the community.
And it has been working. We haven't missed any ambulance calls. An ambulance is on average out the door. When we had a call department, it was the response times from station to the scene was, upwards of 15 minutes. Now it's down to about 6 to 8 minutes.
And you had mentioned something before regarding revenue with the ambulance.
Yes, so our insurance billable rates were adjusted and raised to the average within the area. So it's obviously a lot depends on the amount of calls, the amount of insurance billing rates that we can accrue from the insurance companies, but it should be projected that we will bring in an additional $100,000 for next year, for 2020.
Any of the other line items that someone specifically wants to ask Graham about right now? Electric.
Well, I've only got a couple, but I do this throughout.
Rick, can you pull the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, just on the energy stuff and the cost of operating the thing. I noticed that the electric's $10,000, the heat's $9,700, $19,000, and that's one department. And the computer upgrades, when you buy stuff, do the selectmen suggest, let's say, if they said all the departments should buy Energy Star compliant fixtures or whatever, I mean, and maybe that selectman can answer this, or you can, who makes that call, like when somebody purchases something, that if everybody buys Energy Star computers on the upgrades, let's say, is that something just automatically happen, or does somebody have to tell somebody to have it happen, or what's that decision?
So I know if a light fixture is needed to be replaced, that would be on building maintenance, which is that gentleman right there. Very rarely do we ever buy light bulbs or light sockets or whatever. Computers, we go through the school and through Cindy and the selectmen.
So do they, I'd like to think the school would suggest you buy Energy Star compliant items, or at least if that's, and maybe is that what the whole town does as far as they just, okay, yeah, I just think it's important to do that when we have the opportunity when we're upgrading and buy. That's all I.
Is there any members of the public that wish to voice a question or concern regarding our fire chief's budget?
I do have one. So we did, I believe in our first meeting, we cut $1,000 out of hose replacement. So we can drop that to 1,000, 2,000.
Thank you. Graham, do you oversee any other budgets?
The EMD budget,
EMD, so you said?
yeah, emergency,
Point of order, I think, I don't know how you wanna do it, but we should probably vote on that for the fire department, then we'll go into the EMD.
Thank you, yeah, I appreciate that, yeah.
one other thing, so it has been brought up, about salaries. So my hands are kinda tied, so I have an open position now, since I got promoted to fire chief. We're looking at bringing somebody on, obviously, to backfill my position, and my hands are kinda tied right now as to what I can start them at. We've done studies, of area departments that the average is $23 for a firefighter EMT. Currently, we're starting our guys at $19 an hour, which isn't very enticing to many members, of the outside fire service. And we do have the possibility of hiring a paramedic, which will absolutely not fly with any paramedic in the area for $19 an hour. But being my budget is $270,000, and that's based on what my current guys are making now. So I'm requesting the addition of $8,000 in there to cover the possibility of either hiring a paramedic. Hiring a paramedic would also bring additional revenue into the town by being able to bill at a higher rate. So it's not a total lose-lose situation.
And this, sorry, this is under the fire department budget? Right?
Yes.
And do you have the line item for that you're trying to increase?
What's that?
Do you have the line item, like what number it is?
Yes, so it'd be under full-time salaries.
Oh, so you just,
Yep.
okay.
So it's currently $270,250. I'm looking for the addition of $8,000 to, with the possibility of hiring a paramedic and to bring some of my current guys up to a better average. We do have the probability of one person leaving now, possibly due to money constraints. And, you know, I know the police department and the fire department, not as much as the police department. You know, a lot of it is based on where they can go to make the most money. Not that that ties our hands and we should, you know, just keep throwing money at the problem, but to bring the average salaries up a little bit, they are a low average in Kingston.
So one question is, for $8,000, would that be a full-time position? Or would this be a part-time position?
So that's not just a position, that's to add to the money that we pay our full-time staff.
Was already
now.
allotted there?
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's not the addition of a position,
okay.
just to supplement current positions.
Yes, Kevin?
The Board of Selectmen have had a discussion over the last week about pays in general in the town. The police department has recently lost 2 people, probably gonna lose a 3rd person. We haven't had a spirited discussion yet on how we wanna adjust salaries. I know Graham's coming in, the chief is coming in and talking about that. What I would say in his budget line, he's budgeted for 4 full-time employees. I don't know what this average was on how it's budgeted, but if he brings someone on, it wouldn't be till February. What the selectmen are looking to get on board with the budget committee, how you want to address salaries. Typically, past policy and procedure for the town of Kingston has been money and pay for performance. And then we look at it. The thing that some people get confused with, we budget 3% for the total salaries. That doesn't mean everyone's getting a 3% raise. What that means is that gives us a pool of money to hand out for raises and adjusting salaries. The consensus of the Board of Selectmen is that 3% in pay for performance is not enough to adjust salaries, and I think we need to do more. But the question to you people, how do you want to handle this? Do we want to do each individual department right now adjusting their salaries, or do we want to adjust it in pay for performance?
Are you suggesting that when we take the executive, that will be one of the things asked for is an increase in the pay for performance.
I think that's what this, go ahead.
I think there's another issue is that what Graham didn't say is that his budget is under 13,650 on salary lines for full-time people. He's only asking for 8 of that. And that's based on the average of, I don't know, 12 communities in the area, what's being underpaid. Now, we're gonna get the police department later, but they're 29,000 under the average, just to come up to the average. That's not even, you know, based on anything else. There's a few others in town that are gonna be talking about it too. So the police department's like an 8% increase in full-time. So it's kind of hard to add that, in my opinion, to pay for performance. I think you're gonna have to bump the salary line and then leave pay for performance kind of how it is. That's an opinion.
And I guess just to go along with that, in my eyes, pay for performance is just that, right? So if I do a good job over and above, you know, the next guy, then I should get a little more pay for performance. This is kind of a salary adjustment, I guess, which is different. So that's why I'm asking for it in this line instead of, you know, in pay for performance. I do agree that, you know, my ability to, and I know I'm the new guy here, but I've run businesses, my ability to only give, you know, a certain individual 2.5% as pay for performance, you know, is kind of lacking, I guess. So, you know, the bringing up the pay for performance percentage is good, but also I think the adjustable salary being so low in the town of Kingston for police, fire, highway, you know, office administrators, I think across the board, I think needs to be addressed as well.
And I believe what you're suggesting with the pay for performance increase is that it gives you the flexibility to see if that's something that was actually necessary to have in the line long term, whereas if we voted it into the line, then it's already there. But is that what I'm understanding?
I think we have to have a discussion, all of us in general right now, because do you want to do it, each individual department comes up and looks to adjust their salary line, or do you want to do it in pay for performance? Past history, it's always come out of pay for performance. So that's where everyone needs to have a discussion right now between the budget committee and the selectmen to decide how we want to approach this, because the people are historically, they're low when you compare up average salaries.
You know, just Mr. Chairman, I may be a little off base, but would not most of us think that salary and what the people are going to make per hour, regardless of what you call it, whether it's a pay raise or what, but shouldn't the department head and the selectmen, who are in charge of hiring and the numbers of people and establishing rules, shouldn't they be sitting down together and coming up with that rather than us as a budget committee saying you can't pay your people enough money to keep them?
It appears what I'm getting now is that you have had that discussion as a selectman.
But it's not reflected here.
Right.
Okay, first of all, in the presentation that Graham had, we should have adjusted the bottom line for the fire department by $1,000, a reduction of $1,000. And we haven't voted on anything, so there's nothing done. But at the same token, when you go to what the bottom line should be for paying salaries, I fully believe that the selectmen and the department head sit down and go over the rules that they've got to deal with, what the communities, the 12 communities that you talked about, they should be sitting down and coming up with a recommendation to the budget committee, and then we look at it, not the other way around. The budget committee should not be making the rules. We should be reviewing the rules as they're made, after they're made.
Yeah.
I would agree with what Ray's saying. I mean, the issue, to keep good people, you have to pay people enough so they can't afford to leave, basically.
Agreed.
I mean, that's, because to train people, to get them used to how the town works, it's just a pain in the butt. So, and clearly, if you just have an hourly rate out there, and people are looking at coming here, and you say that that's the rate, well, it doesn't talk about pay for performance very well, because they don't know if they're gonna get that or not. So the average person who might be good is gonna say, okay, my salary is gonna be X. So just, you know, certainly, I agree with what you're saying is, I don't think we are in a position or have the expertise really to say what should and shouldn't be your hourly rate or the pay per performance. You guys are in the trenches on that, so you are the ones that know. I don't know if, I mean, we are hearing today, so we kind of have to make some decisions here today and vote on tomorrow and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I'm inclined, I mean, I support your budget, and I'm inclined to just say, go with what you want, but you folks would need to come up with what's the best way to do it in terms, but certainly we need to be paying people, so we can't be losing a couple of cops and firefighters and so on and so forth each year and trying to start over. I mean, that's crazy.
And so, actually, I just wanted to address, you said we haven't voted on anything yet, which, of course, we haven't. I actually need to know whether we will be voting on a final number, or whether we vote based on these two adjusted line items, which is $1,000 for hose replacement and the additional $8,000 for the salary. That's actually, I'm not familiar if we are to vote.
And I don't think we're ready to vote on anything, because quite simply, the salaries need to be adjusted. They need to be adjusted right now, right here. That's a big item.
Yeah, we still need to vote and decide how the board feels about the choice that, the ask that Graham has, which is the increase of $8,000 for his salary, and obviously the decrease for the hose replacement. But I guess I'm just looking for some guidance, if anyone has it, on whether we vote for each individual line on that, or we vote for the bottom number, which is proposed by Graham right now, which is $673,460.
Before we vote, could I get some clarification?
I'm not looking to vote. I'm actually just looking for guidance on this.
So the
I'm still looking for the guidance. I would like to get that before.
All right, to be safe, we could just vote on each one, and you know, that'll make it crystal clear. Vote on the 1,000, vote on the 8,000, then we could vote on the overall budget. That way, the minutes would reflect that, and there's no question that we voted on each one. I think we could probably do it the other way and just vote on the bottom line, but to be safe, let's just vote on each one of the changes that he wants and go from there.
Where was the 8,000 in addition to go to, though? Was it on top of the 263 or the 270? Because the budget already increased for full-time firefighters by about just over 7,000.
He asked for it to be added to the 270.
Okay.
So, did you have guidance on that?
I think so. I mean, in my opinion, the other selectmen can weigh in on this, but if it's put in the salary line, it's taken out of our position. It's basically put in the chief's control. If it's in pay performance, then we get a vote on it. And as far as what Mr. Russman said, we did a little figuring with the police department. It cost about $38,000 to train an officer.
Wow.
Yeah. That's based on losing their salary per year while they're in training, uniforms and everything goes with it. He's gonna ask for, I think he's gonna ask for about a $29,000 increase. So just for retaining one officer, you're more than making that money up. And, you know, that to me is the difference, is that we know what needs to be done through all the studies that have been done independently, and it's how do you want to do it? Do you want to put it in salary line or in pay performance?
Right, so, obviously I'm inclined, we are the budget committee, I don't believe we have any say in hiring and whether that's our place and our expertise. I believe our expertise is to present the budget, and Mr. Height?
My personal opinion is I don't think it needs to change. I think, like, for instance, last year, if I'm not mistaken, we underexpended the fire budget by $58,000. So there's plenty of money there. I think the discussion needs to be with the fire chief coming in to the selectmen and selling the selectmen on those new rates, and the selectmen can make those adjustments, and if they feel strongly about it, it would just, that line may run over, but we underexpended the budget $58,000, and I don't think we need to increase it any more than what it is.
So you're suggesting the 8 should be approved, is that what you're saying?
What's that?
You're suggesting that the 8 should be approved, the additional 8, or no?
No, he's not.
I think the budget committee, I mean, the fire department budget certainly has pretty much plenty of funds for the selectmen to pay their personnel, whatever the selectmen deem appropriate. I'm not saying that that wouldn't cause possibly that salary line to run over, but there, I mean, it was underexpended by $58,000 last year.
I think that whatever we do should not be tied to pay for performance, because that doesn't guarantee it. The department heads need to know what they've got to be able to hire the people with. And I think that if it's 8,000 that we put in here, then he knows what to deal with. To go back into the selectmen who've been working on this for years and haven't been able, well, call it like it is, been able to do this. They haven't come up with any kind of a matrix or any kind of a pay scale for all of the town employees. It just hasn't been done. And if this is the way, obviously, if all these department heads are coming in with this particular thing, this is a way that they feel that they can get the money in. But if we leave it up to the selectmen, and Graham comes in or the chief comes in, Graham might get his $8 grand. Chief might not get his 30,000, which defeats the purpose.
So are you suggesting that the fire chief ought to set the salaries and not in conjunction with the board of selectmen? Is that why you're saying that it makes sense to put it in the fire department's salary so that the chief can pay whatever he wants?
It makes sense to put it somewhere where we've got to get these people paid. And it makes sense to me to put it at least somewhere where they know that to get the ball rolling and started this year doesn't mean it happens again next year. I mean, the money's in there already, so you have it there to start with. But me personally, I mean, with the budget committee and all these department heads are coming in with this, so how do the department heads, or how does the budget committee know that this money's going to be given to the department heads to be able to keep the employees?
There is no guarantee until the department head convinces the board of selectmen what the pay rate should be. Actually, and irregardless of, even if you increase that line, and the board of selectmen chooses not to give the recommended rates that the chief is suggesting, it just won't, the money just won't be expended. They can't just expend the money, the departments can't just expend the money on what they think's appropriate if the board of selectmen is not in agreement.
So I just want to do a quick clarification of what seems to be the philosophical difference here is, I believe the department heads should have that malleability of their salaries, and you believe it should be in conjunction with the selectmen that they make those salary choices. Is that?
Yeah, I don't think it's the purview, at least it never has been. I don't know if the budget committee is trying to change that or what, but it's never been the department. The way it works is the department heads, and we've done it a number of times in the past years. We just happen to use it out of that pay for performance line. Maybe that should just be called a salary adjustment line, because some of it is used to give people payment for performance. We've had department heads come in and say, hey, look, I know we normally start somebody at this rate, but I got a certified guy, and I'd like to start him at this rate, which is substantially higher, and the board has said, okay, go ahead. But they don't leave it to the department head to decide how much to pay their personnel.
I want to give Chief Briggs has been waiting here. I want to give him a moment.
First of all, a majority of the money that's left over in my budget is based upon personnel. We don't pay them enough. Every other town steals your people. I'm losing 2 more. I'll give you an example. Plasto just took one of my certified guys. It cost me a ton, not me, the town, a ton of money to train these people. So when I hire a full-time officer, before we can use them, it takes about a year to put this guy in a car by himself. Okay, it's 4 months into the police academy that you're paying for him. It cost me $3,000 to $5,000 to uniform him. So Plasto took one of my guys recently. He'd been with me 2 years. They had to pay off my contract. We enter into all new employees a 3-year contract. So Plasto felt they could buy the contract out for 10 grand for that last year. So we have a number of things, number of issues. So you have to pay them, or you're right. You're going to lose them. You don't retain your good people. And so a lot of the money left over in my budget is because I can't get people. I can't keep people. So I agree with what Mark said, there needs to be checks and balances, so wearing both hats. I think this money needs to be dumped in the pay-for-performance line, that the department head, like me, like Graham, like whoever else, we go to the Board of Selectmen. Rich Wilson has already done a survey on this, to see where people belong. I would recommend that you take that money for checks and balance purposes, dump whatever is needed in that fund for pay-for-performance, let department heads go forward to the Board of Selectmen and justify the increases. But to say, to take the balance out of your account, well, if I do that, I can't hire people because that's money that's lost based upon me not being able to retain people. So I can't take that money because if I'm up to full speed, then there's no money there. But the money that's left now is because I can't keep people. So you need to put a certain amount of money away, have checks and balances through the Board of Selectmen, and not take it out of your budget. So it needs to be one fund with the control from the Board of Selectmen to have checks and balances.
I just had one question. If you have the money in the paper performance fund, okay, what happens to the people who are still underpaid? Aren't they going to leave too?
They will, and I think the selectmen certainly, they hear me in there complaining all the time because I'm losing people all the time, or I can't find people. We can't hire people because we don't pay enough money. And so they hear me in there all the time, so they know it's a problem. I mean, they all know it's a problem. And Graham has, and Rich has over the years, told them the same thing. So it is a problem. It's a problem for every community, by the way. There's not enough police officers, not enough firefighters. You can't get people, believe me. So it's a major issue, it really is. So the selectmen are aware of it, but I think there needs to be checks and balances, there really does. So if you're gonna take an amount of money, I would suggest that you give the town in general, that money, have it overseen by the Board of Selectmen, have the department heads go forward to the Board of Selectmen, which is their job, and say, okay, sell it to me. Why do you need this person to have X amount of dollars per hour? That's what really needs to happen. Those are the checks and balances, not, and I hear what you're saying, if you dump it in the budget, then the department head can do, then that's really not the way that it should happen. It should be checks and balances on that fund. But on the other hand, if you tell me to take it out of my budget, I don't have a right to overrun my budget. I can be fired for that. So he can be fired, I can be fired. Believe me, if you look at our budgets, you don't ever see me overspend my budget. Why? Because we can't by law. We can't overspend our budget. So don't put us in that position to say, well, you know, we're gonna let you take it out of your budget because I can't legally overspend my budget. So
you're saying the 8,000 should not be?
I'm saying 8,000, his recommendation of whatever should go into that pay for performance. Whatever I recommend should go into the pay for performance. Then it's overseen. We would have to go forward to the Board of Selectmen, who are the overseers, and sell it to them.
So the eight should not be approved here, but should be in a paper performance account instead.
Yep.
And I statutorily, just so I'm clear, is the salaries always essentially subject to approval by the select board?
Yes.
I mean, that's just the way it works. In
Yes.
other words, it's not like chief or anybody can, either chief can just pay X number of dollars per hour. They've got to have your approval.
That's the process now, and that should be the continued process, because you want people to oversee a tax dollar. You really do.
So we have, if we have a bit of clarification here, we have two members of the public who are waiting to come forth to discuss.
One other point. So if I have a senior person, I'll give you an example. So every year I turn money back in, because if I lose a senior person, which I do, so let's say we're paying the person 40 grand a year, $45,000 a year. Oh, that person leaves to go for 65. Now I hire a new person for 23,000. You see what I'm saying? So that budget keeps getting dropped lower and lower because I have to hire the green guy for $19 an hour. So my budget goes down on that salary line based upon not being able to keep retention. So if we don't do it that way, then every year it's going to be a problem in the budget. That's why I'm saying if you go through the pay for performance, you know it's for an increase in someone's salary, and that's the basic purpose. And then you have 5 people overseeing that line of pay for performance and the department head goes in and justifies, hey, I can't retain people, please bring that rate up to whatever so I can hire this person.
Selectman Briggs, I'd like to bring Ellen forth. She's been waiting patiently.
Coming up, if we do that in pay for performance, it goes from 3% to 8% to cover that money. We'd have to have 8% in there to cover the amount of salary we're talking about, and that does kind of.
I want to give Ellen the moment just to.
If I can say, and I mean no disrespect to anyone, you're talking two issues and you're merging them as one. The first one is a policy issue to be set by the Board of Selectmen. And I don't see any reason why the Board of Selectmen can't vote to tell you what their policy is going to be. And if that policy is that their intention is to try to bring their staff up to the minimum, you know, the 50 percentile, then they should vote that to be able to tell you what that is, which will then be able to give you the ability to actually vote on the amount of money that is being presented to achieve that goal. So you're getting policy and money, you know, in one topic, and I understand why. But the selectmen have to tell you what their policy is going to be. And that's their discussion, so they can then tell you before you vote today that our intent is to try to achieve this goal. I personally think that it should, this particular thing, not paper for, none of us can say this without stumbling, the PFP line, that I think that the town deserves to see how much it's going to cost to run departments. And if you put it all in pay for performance in this particular year, nobody sees that. We should have the idea that in order to bring the fire department staff up to just average, it's going to cost us $8,000 to do that, and it's a legitimate thing to do. And the police department's going to need $29,000 for their part-time line to bring that up. Putting it in the budget doesn't mean anyone gets to spend it. It just lets the public know how much it's going to cost for departments and to bring the town's personnel up to average. I just think this year that's a legitimate thing, and you can still have a pay for performance line for those people who may already be at average, but they still would deserve a raise based on their performance for the last year. So I just think that this year that should be done. Putting it in those lines doesn't mean it's spent. That's still going to be a discussion with the Board of Selectmen. If it's not spent, whether it's not spent out of pay for performance or not spent out of the department's budget, it still goes back to the general fund and can be turned over with the DRA discussion to offset your taxes. So where you put it doesn't matter. All it does is it gives the public the ability to understand what's happened. So.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
I believe Rich St. Hilaire as well had some input.
So, I'll tag team with Ellen here. I believe police and fire are underpaid. We need to address that issue. I can tell you, I hired a building maintenance person for more money than the fire department hired their last fireman for. And I'm not prepared to come in here and tell you about the highway department because I didn't know this discussion was happening today. I believe, I don't care where you put the money, but police and fire both need an increase in salary. Dawn is absolutely right. I can tell you, I don't know who's on first or third with his department because the names keep changing. New people keep coming, I can't keep track of them. Because of the revolving doors. The one thing you gotta understand, folks, is it doesn't matter where you put it, how you put it, what line item, the selectmen are the fiduciary agents for the town of Kingston. They approve all expenditures, they set all policies. So it's semantics. I kind of agree with Ellen, it should go in each budget if you're gonna, but that's a change of policy. Maybe it's just we can't change policy right today, and so put it in the pay performance line. But it's my 2 cents worth. I think absolutely need to look at pay for police and fire. And next year I'll be more prepared to take care of my two departments. Where you put it, semantics, and the selectmen ultimately have control over who gets paid what. So.
You know, it's no offense, but it's a little irritating for us to come here today to try to get in the middle of policy decision on how this should be done. Generally, you'd think that people, we're just here to essentially vote on people's budgets, and I gotta say that the selectmen, I mean, I'm thinking, I just want to.
I think it ought to be in the adjustment line. I mean, if you, pay for performance is just a name. It certainly could be salary adjustments.
So you want to leave it in the plan of salary? I believe, are we a joint hearing right now?
Let-
So is this your?
I'm just saying that, I mean, no offense, but technically, if we're losing all these people, doesn't the select board actually bear some responsibility for that? Because if you guys are the ones that are actually deciding on the salaries and how much they can pay, I mean, obviously, there's a reason all these people are leaving, we're not paying them enough, and you guys are the ones that decide how much they get paid.
Well, I guess I would disagree on that, Rick. I don't think everybody leaves for salary adjustments. Any business today struggles to get help, okay? With the unemployment rate at 1.7-something%, you just can't get people.
Good point.
People leave for a number of reasons. Speaking of the police department, a number of people leave because one guy got a promotion, they go to larger agencies that give them take-home cars, they go to other agencies that there's more activity. So people leave for a number of reasons. It's not always just about pay.
Okay.
A lot of times people will say that, why'd you leave? Pay. But it's because they don't want to say, well, you know, hey, I want to go to a city where there's more action, or I want to be on state police, or I want to be on the sheriff's department. Okay? We've had no turnover in the highway department. Does that mean we're overpaying them? I don't believe so. It just happens that we just haven't had turnover there. On the fire department, up until fairly recently, we haven't had a substantial amount of turnover either. One guy that we're replacing, Graham, because he was promoted because the fire chief retired, and there's another guy leaving, and his father-in-law happens to be trying to get him on a department in Hudson. So they're not leaving because of pay, in my opinion. Okay, is that a contributing factor sometimes? Yeah. Is it, to be honest with you, I can't remember a time that a department head has come to us and said, hey, I got an awesome guy here, and I'd like to start him at this. What do you think? I can't remember a time when the Board of Selectmen says, no way, can't do it. I think they've endorsed it in the past, and I don't see why they wouldn't in the future.
I'd like to make 2 points. One, this discussion should have happened before. It should have already been in the budget when you guys came earlier, but that's for another day. But item should not, the money, if it gets approved, should not go into the pay for performance. That should stay at the 3%. You're trying to bring up your staff salaries, and that should go in the salary line, if that's where it's gonna be. And if there has to be some sort of discussion with selectmen deciding if the salaries can be raised, that's something we can't handle.
I as well, I just want to further kind of compound on that, which is we are here to help present a budget that is in accordance with, you know, the citizens of Kingston, New Hampshire. That's something they can understand. That's something that, you know, they can agree upon and vote on. When I say pay for performance, we're going to increase that. I don't have the greatest deal of confidence that your average citizen is going to know, oh, well, that's that 8,000 Graham's looking for is in there. And so that's kind of the concern I have with the budget committee is that's not necessarily our role, is to decide how you guys do your job. Our role is really to decide how do these citizens know how we're voting, and how do they know where their money's going specifically. Yes.
I would suggest then, if that's a major concern, why don't we just create a new line, call it salary adjustment line, okay? Leave the pay for performance where it is, whatever what all the department heads thinks they ought to get paid, all their people should get paid, we'll put that into a salary adjustment line. make the salary line reflect what their actual current rates are now, which is what it's been designed to do in the past, and go from there. And then people can look in the budget, which personally, I don't believe they go down and look through maybe one or two people, but it'll be right there, salary adjustment line. And if whatever you're gonna put in there, they can see that, and it's called out differently than pay for performance.
And you may be right about the amount of people that may go through and look at these actual budgets. You could totally be right, but our role is definitely to vote
Yeah, I get
on a
it.
budget that's digestible.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to ask the selectmen, and then I'm going to suggest that we ought to do something, adjust the bottom line or whatever, but we need to get moving on this thing. We're hearing the same information over and over. Question for you. When a department head decides to hire somebody, do they submit the resume to the selectmen, and the selectmen approved the hiring salary?
Yes.
So that pay raise thing should not even be affected there, and I agree with you. Put in a new line item for adjusting. You get it done, it's clean, and everybody knows what it is. But then we need to vote or at least to adjust the bottom line on this fire, on the fire department.
Yes, absolutely.
And start moving.
Yeah, agreed. So I am not familiar with the process and whether that is something that we can accomplish right now, which is, what was the name of the line item that you suggested?
Salary adjustments.
Salary adjustment.
I mean, we can just put a new line in the selectmen's budget to address that, can't we? And put a figure in there?
Unless you just wanna put it under personnel administration where the pay for performance line and all the benefits are.
Yeah, in that same category, but a separate line.
Yeah.
Separated from the pay for performance line to be salary adjustments.
Okay.
42,650 is the figure for the fire and the police.
So you've previously discussed this amongst yourselves, the salary adjustment line at your wage adjustment, sorry.
I got the survey from Hampstead and went through and figured all the police salaries, the fire salaries. I went through highway, office staff, I mean, all the way down the line.
Okay.
Police and fire were the ones that were the worst. That's 42,650. If we don't, you know, no matter how we delegate the money, it gives us money to, you know, maybe work on some of the other people that are low too.
Got it. So could you just, do you have to vote on this?
We'll come to it when we come to that in the budget, I would say. My only concern is, you know, the police and fire did that, other departments didn't have the opportunity to do that. The highway department didn't have a chance to come up with a figure, planning board didn't have a chance to come up with if anyone wanted to adjust their salary. So I think we keep a running tab right now while everyone goes through. It was 8,000 for fire, 29 for police.
Nobody's leaving in those departments.
Kevin, it's actually 13,650 for fire. He was only asking for 8.
Okay, you know,
So
whatever we
that's
get,
where the 42,650
we could
comes
keep a
from.
tab as each department comes up of how they think it should be adjusted, then we could have that discussion after.
We cannot vote on something that's that flexible. We have to have numbers. And
If we're not voting on that, you're voting on the
I
fire
know
budget.
that, and that's what I'm saying. We need the bottom line of the fire department right now.
I understand if we're taking the $8,000 out of the fire budget, we're gonna put it in the selectmen's budget.
That's
Yeah.
where the fire department, if the chief feels that's where
Yeah,
he's
so
at.
if that's the discussion that the selectmen have, that they're gonna start a salary adjustment line, I will withdraw that $8,000.
He's brand new chief and he already starting all this trouble.
So the chief is looking to withdraw the 8,000, but he's still looking to reduce the hose replacement by 1,000. So we are gonna vote on a bottom line here of 665,460.
I'll move
Is that, can I just, sorry, I wanna confirm, is that the number that you have, chief?
Yes. I'll move that we adopt that figure of 665, whatever it is, 640.
I think, yeah, okay, then you're gonna need a second. Okay. So, all in favor of adopting, 665,460 for the fire department budget?
Aye.
Is anyone not in favor?
Which line were we withdrawing the $8,000 from?
Salary. So it was the 270, the salary.
I just wanted to make it clear, that's all.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah.
Motion to approve the adjustment to 655,460.
We just voted.
Did it
That was the bottom line of the fire department.
Yes.
We already have it moved and seconded.
We did, okay. So actually, we would just need your vote on your approval of that number, 665.
Got it.
You approve that number?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And my hearing aid kind of conked out on me there for a moment.
That's all right, no worries, thank you.
Pushing here now, though.
Can I just,
Yeah,
one
sorry.
minute, who made the motion? It was you who seconded it, okay? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you have a second?
So all of the salaries, all of the salaries are, you know, everyone came ahead of time and said, here's the salaries, here's the salaries we need. Now, is everyone gonna show up today now and say we need more money for salaries than we already asked? Is that what was just
We don't know.
told, or?
I guess that's what's going on.
This was one situation that happened because since Graham had originally proposed his budget, since that point in time, he has now become the fire chief, right? That's, you were interim, now you are now part of, you're the chief, so you have somebody else to replace you, right, is the plan, and you were looking at a paramedic at the same time, so. I don't think that we need to go through this for every single budget today. It's already been proposed of what people wanted to have for the year.
We will be going through that with the
Right, I would think
executive
that
budget.
when that new line item comes up, then if Rich has something to say, or Alan, or
Yeah.
whatever, they could speak to that.
No approach this way. So we have voted on the fire department budget. Graham, I want to take your other budget as well, which is,
EMD, the emergency management.
so I'm gonna read through what we have for you there. We have salaries at $3,000.
Thank you.
We have field equipment at $500, grants at $1, security drill at $1, seminars and training at $16,600. Sorry, that is RERP allocations is at $16,600. Seminars and training is at $750. Supplies is $500. Telephone is $700. Do we have questions regarding these lines?
So the RERP allocations, I believe in our first meeting, I had that number at 25,000, and only for the case that we have 1 practice drill and 2 graded drills this year for Seabrook Station. So that line will be used by the town, but then also reimbursed by Seabrook. So
the 16,600 is what you expect to use for the RERP?
yes, I need that line adjusted to 25,000.
You need it adjusted up right now to, okay.
And that money, like I said, will be coming back reimbursed to the town in the general fund.
Can you just give a quick explanation of how that money is allocated?
Yeah, so we do, we're in the EPZ, Emergency Protection Zone of Seabrook Station, so if something happens there, radiological release, so we work closely with Paul Hatch from Emergency Management through the state and Seabrook Station. We have to conduct yearly or bi-yearly drills in case something happens, so it's in conjunction with the state and every other area town that's affected. And we submit a bill, we pay our people through our general fund and through that line item, and then we get reimbursed 100% by the state.
Just gonna do math here to figure out, do you have a bottom line that you, with that increase?
30,452.
He's right on top.
What is that figure again?
30,452.
Thank you, Cindy. Cindy, if we have confirmation that all that money comes right back, that's to the
Yes.
general fund. Thank you.
Yes, it's funneled through the state, but we get that.
I'll move the approval of that, bottom line figure of $30,425.
Second?
52.
52, I'm sorry, 52.
Vote by Rick, second by Renee. Okay, so that is obviously, we're gonna move to vote on that. Who is all in favor of the $30,452 for emergency management?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor?
Is he keeping track of the count, the vote? That'll be at the final one, because you gotta vote, you know, right?
Okay, are we all set with what you have to present to us today?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Take up so much of your time.
No, appreciate
Try harder next year.
appreciate the opportunity to have that discussion. Thank you.
Graham, can you lock up tonight? Will you lock up tonight?
We also have, I would like to see if we could get Rich St. Hilaire, if we could get a motion to
I'm
take him
moving
out
to
of
take the
order.
highway department, out of order.
Second.
Yeah, 10, it looks like.
Yep, starts on page.
Thank you, Rich. Who are we joined by?
This is Brian Martin, my foreman. It's been with the department for about 32 or 33 years.
Thank you for joining us. All right, so, gonna go ahead and read through emergency.
I'm gonna ask, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I wouldn't mind if you didn't read through each one, but asked if they had anything they wanted to change on it, or justify it, or if they wanted to make a statement, because, I mean, I think, you know, we can certainly read it ourselves, and I mean, if people want them to go through each one and say what it is, that's fine, but I don't know if we need to spend that time.
Absolutely. So I want to take the time to read each one out in the number, because that gives an opportunity for,
Okay.
let's say, I say salaries, part-time, 17. You would say, bye, you know, I want to speak on that. I want to bring that up.
Okay.
So I want to allow that opportunity.
Sure. Okay.
So highway department, we have salary road agent, $85,000. Salaries full-time, $249,750. Salaries overtime, $55,000. Salaries part-time, $17,774. Barricades and guardrails, $3,000. Clothing allowance, $1,200. Cold patch, $6,000. Culvert and catch basin, $6,000. Dues, $25. Dumpster rental, $3,000. Electricity, $8,500. Equipment rental or lease, $8,000. Equipment repairs, $35,000. Gravel and stone, $10,000. Hardware, $4,500. Heat, $7,500. Hot mix, $192,000. Lumber is $1,000. Matching grant, $1. Mileage and meals, $500. Office equipment, $500. Office supplies, $500. Oil and grease, $3,000. Pavement marking, $15,000. Plow blades, $5,000. Radio maintenance, $600. Radio replacement, $8,500. Road rebuilding, $60,000. Safety equipment, $2,500. Salt, $80,000. Sand, $8,000. Seminars and training, $300. Signs and barricades, $2,500. Snow plowing, $110,000. Storm water maintenance, $14,000. Telephone, $3,500. Tools, $4,000. And tree removal, $1,000. And, okay, sorry, final, is $1,012,650 is the ask, from the highway department this year. Do we have questions regarding those numbers?
So, just one question. I wanted to ask, did we end up getting the wood chipper? Did you get a wood chipper
Yes.
after all? And so the equipment rental or lease, it did go up. I think one of the things was to try to get the wood chipper so that could go down.
Stayed the same, didn't it?
The same.
$5,000, 2018, went up to 2019.
And 2020 is the same as 18.
Same as 19, actually, it's not the same
19,
as 18.
But I thought we were, I don't know, you know your budget better than I do, did you take the money from there? I thought that's why we went up with it in 2019, because you were looking to buy one or something. I forget the whole deal.
That was actually a warrant article.
Right, in the
It
warrant.
wasn't in this,
It was.
it was like $50,000 or $60,000.
It did pass, though, did it?
Yeah, so
you
that
got it.
wasn't in this line to purchase, it wasn't in the budget, it was on a standalone warrant article.
Do you have a recommendation about the number for 8,000 for rental, or equipment rental or lease?
Let me ask, do you think we're gonna get that bucket truck?
It's available for us if we want. Theirs is being built, they expect it to be the end of March. He just said it's tired, and he wanted to show us what it looked like. He said it definitely is a tired truck, so that we would have to take a look at.
Will it be well rested by then? If it's what you truly need, let us know. If it's something you feel you can adjust, let us know as well.
Well, I've got to spend a bunch of money on tree removal. I have guys that are very competent and capable. I have two guys that came from tree service companies in their past. If we don't get a bucket truck of our own, we need to lease one, and it's pretty darn expensive for one of those, or some sort of aerial platform. So I think I'm gonna say let it ride. Obviously, if we don't spend the money, if we get the piece of equipment, you can see I only spent where is it? Equipment rental. I didn't spend much money out of that line item this year. But I know of at least 4 substantial trees that I've got to hire someone to do it because we don't have the equipment. So each one's at least, it's going to be at least $2,000 for each one of those trees.
I want
without a doubt.
I want to recognize Ellen, a member of the public.
I just wanted to support this line for it because the library is putting a warrant article in case maybe one or two keys consider it to be removed. So please don't have this on.
Is this related to solar panels?
Okay, so yeah, let's not cut that.
How much money are we saving now on electricity?
That'll be one for Rick to ask certainly when they come forward.
Cut down the trees.
Okay, so you feel that you would like that to let it ride?
Yes,
on the 8,000 on that.
Motion to vote.
Ask a question about the tree removal, the last line.
You may, please.
We've had people come in the last 2 or 3 meetings about tree removals. Do you think that's enough in that line? Or do you feel like it's covered other places? Like the percentage is split up?
So I can tell you, I'm only aware of one person that's come in and talked about tree removal, and that was down in Great Pond Park, and that's a piece of town property. It's not on the roads.
What about Little River?
Those we can take care of pretty much with the equipment we have. There's one tree there that
between
might.
the salary line and the rental, you think that line's kind of?
Yeah, I think we can take care of
Okay.
it. There's also, let's face it, it's $1 million budget. I can shift numbers
You can
around.
shift.
Yep. So I do want to talk about 2 line items. I have a question.
Please. Yeah.
My salary, this is the first time it's been really flagged, the first time I've actually budgeted. I looked at what the town of Danville is doing this year. They're funding their road agent's position at $85,000. Presently, I'm getting paid $79,000 a year. I know the town of Plastow last year paid their road agent $93,000 a year for the year. It's a big increase. Realistically, you're gonna need to replace me within the next year or two, 3.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Is this the Tom Brady approach?
We aren't gonna replace you.
So, give me a minute.
Well, I certainly think we ought to give you an increase, Rich. I'm gonna support that, 85,000.
And, you know, if you're gonna replace me sooner or later, you need to have a salary that's comparable to what is the real world. I know we've always, you know, it was against our religion to let the road agent get paid more than the chief of police, but he's got his deal.
He's part-time.
I think he's part-time, and, you know, he's not part-time, but I really think you need to consider that, and I welcome a wage and salary survey from the Board of Selectmen. As far as salaries for the rest of my guys, are you still gonna have the 3 or 4% in the pay performance, so that there can be some adjustments made on salaries?
3% staying there.
I think the consensus now, based on what we talked about, was it would be 3% in pay for performance, and then add a little bit to, if you think there's certain adjustment.
Introducing a new line item.
A new line item, so if you want to throw a figure, I don't know.
Nope. I'm not prepared, so I'm not gonna do something.
Based on the average in the area that we've been referring to, as road agent, with last year's salary, you were right in line. With the increase, you go above, but the feeling on that was you do a lot more than road agent. You're doing the buildings, you're doing everything that's added to it, so the adjustment you were making was not out of line at all.
So the selectmen have a recommendation that the number being at, because again, this is a salary question here.
There's only 2 positions that could do that, and they were both elected positions. Okay. Right, 3 positions if the treasurer wanted to come in, but the road agent and the town clerk are the only one, and we had that discussion last year at the budget committee. I feel the same thing, that I think based on the information we have for local 25 different towns, averages, Rich falls within that category, and I think the salary is reasonable.
So thank you for bringing up the salary line item. You said there was another line that you wanted to discuss.
With just mine and salary, the rest of it's, like to see folks approve it as proposed.
We have another.
I just want to say that next week, since you all have to review the operating budget as part of your water discussion anyway, certainly gives Rich the opportunity to review the salaries within his budget, to be able to speak with the selectmen, to be able to give you any additional changes that may come about for next week.
And this.
I just want to say that just because we didn't have a number today, doesn't mean that even the selectmen can't talk about it, to come back with a revised number for you to talk about next week. If they came to that. I just wanted to say that today didn't end the discussion of the operating budget. Next week's the public hearing on the warrant. You have to at least talk about the operating budget again, because it's the first article. In which case, if the board of selectmen has an adjustment to any discussion with the condiment at that time, they can propose an additional number for you to discuss it.
Are you able to, by next week, come up with a number for this new line item?
I move the proposed highway department budget at $1,012,000. Yeah. No. $1,012,650.
Second.
favor?
Aye.
You were the second? You were the second? Okay, so we are all in favor of that budget. So,
Government buildings, page 5.
okay.
Did you say page 5?
Page 5 of this handout.
Yep, page 5 of ours as well. This is budget 4194, government buildings. Brian, you are also representing government buildings alongside.
Brian, when I'm not around, especially for the last, this year with all the time off for the cancer treatments, Brian pretty much runs both departments. He doesn't run both departments, he does all the POs and oversight of both departments, so.
Got it.
Done a great job for me this year and for the town. This is, I think, this is your first second budget meeting he's been to, so. If I wasn't able to be here, he'd be the guy presenting.
Is the second one more fun for you? All right, so I'm gonna read through government buildings here. Again, please, if you have a discussion you wanna have about any of these line items, just say bye while I'm reading through them, and we'll know that we expressly wanna discuss that line item. Salaries, full-time, 91,520. Salaries overtime, 3,000. Air quality testing, 3,400. Capital equipment, 6,000. Capital improvements, 47,000. Equipment maintenance, 6,000. Equipment rental, 1,000. Fertilizer, 6,000. Fire equipment, 1,500. Fixture repair, 5,000. Flags, 500. Fuel tank maintenance, $1. Hardware and tools, 6,000. Heat and service, 19,700. Landscaping, 1,500. Lift maintenance, 750. Lumber and supplies, 1,000. Membership fees, $1. Monitoring, 6,200. Organic land care, 2,500. Painting, 2,000. Paper and cleaning supplies, 6,000. Park maintenance, 4,000. Porta potty, 2,000. Safety equipment and uniforms, 1,000. Septic, 2,000. Telephone, 1,500. Tree maintenance, 2,000. Utilities, electric, 18,000. Water cooler rentals, 1,800. Water testing, 500, for a total of $249,372 with a 2% increase. We're gonna go ahead and start right away. Sean, you had a buy on monitoring.
The only reason I have it, do you remember on that one, Rich, you told us it would be lower. What did you end up coming up with?
So, yep, and after speaking with my building maintenance guys, this is the year that we need to do the elevator and lift. We have an elevator in this building, we have a stair lift in the fire station. Every other year, we've got to get them inspected and serviced and registered with the state, registered, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's fine, take 10.
So, that's an unknown. The monitoring is a fix, and that's generally where I charge that off to.
Okay. So, leaving it as is then is the plan?
Yep.
I had one other question on, sorry, I believe there was one line item that we had adjusted previously, or had discussed adjusting.
Fertilizer.
Yes.
So fertilizer, the problem with reducing that number, we did discuss it at the first hearing. My guys cannot put out any pesticide or anything like that, herbicide or pesticide. So there needs to be money in the budget, like grubs. Every, seems every year we're spraying one field or another, or part of the town common for either taking care of weeds or taking care of, bugs and, keep the system good. Because otherwise you end up with the ball fields being dirt fields instead of.
So bottom line, you feel the fertilizer is still something
Yeah,
you're gonna.
the reason why I started out at that number was, but when I had the meeting with you folks, it just, the brain wasn't working.
Okay, but you, the 6,000, 6,000 is what you would like to ask. Okay. Do we have a motion regarding
So moved.
this budget?
Second.
All that are in favor to approve a government buildings proposed budget of $249,000, $249,372. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye as well. Do we have anything else from you?
No, thank you for all your time. I know you guys do this for nothing, so appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Rich, for all you do as well, and hope to see you soon.
Highway department as well?
Can we have a motion to take library out of order? Do we have a motion for that? Do we have a second to take library out of order?
So there's highway department, we just did that one, right? This would go. And then what about other highways?
What?
We would like to welcome library.
Maybe he'll come for lunch.
I see it, I saw, the selectmen may end up doing that, I guess.
Or Freda Heights.
Absolutely. Other highway streets and bridges, sanitation.
I don't know. That would be scary.
We recess, so if we need to, we can solve.
I just don't want to go home and be done. So, library budget, we gotta go over the budget.
4550.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, understood, alright.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, Ellen, with that, didn't we,
She didn't see
isn't
it.
this gonna be broken out in here now? That's the plan? Okay.
We gave that to Cindy,
What?
but I'm sure it was just given to her before she was able to amend the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. We
Page
hope that
15.
Yeah, that'd be so much, because otherwise you guys gotta do this every time, it's crazy.
That's our proposal.
Alright, awesome.
So we are joined by Ellen Faulkner, trustee of the library, and Rebecca, sorry, Matet. Okay, all right, of the library. Thank you so much for joining us today. You have handed us a sheet, and are you familiar if this matches up with?
It doesn't quite match up, we'll talk about that, but the budget committee, when we met with them, asked us to prepare a budget that better reflected similarities between other budgets. Instead of having a transfer line, actually broke out the lines that would be what that amount of money added up to. The idea that the budget committee said that they would prefer that be in the town report to give more detail to the public. Now, in all fairness to Cindy, we gave her this about a day before she had to get paperwork to you. So I'm just assuming
And
that.
it's attached.
It's in there.
It's at the end of your packet.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It
but
is
I'm-
attached. We didn't know that.
Page
Yeah.
17.
It is
So,
attached.
I'm saying right now, it actually,
All this stuff last minute, and so, our intention, and again, that's more up to the budget committee, is that the town report would reflect this document versus just the one that says transfer line.
Okay, so,
and yeah, actually, the number that you had in there too was, it matched up perfectly, so it's, yeah. Well done on a day's notice, Cindy. Thanks.
so we're not looking at 4550,
Well,
on
we,
page
we technically want to look at page 17, which is really just gonna match what we were handed, by Rebecca just now.
Everybody's aware.
Ray, we were just handed a sheet, by Rebecca. If you don't have it, it's also page 17 in the packet.
Thank you.
And
I had to get
thank
some
the-
circulation in my legs.
I did get this through like Thursday.
That's,
Get all this stuff done.
Okay.
it looks like we got the information to go over.
Right.
So,
So there are a couple things I want to, that there are some changes, that are reflected already on this.
would you like me to read through it first, or would you like to get the
If you
changes?
would like to, sure.
Okay. All right, so I will read through, again, if you have any buys, please take the buys, but also note, I'm gonna have Ellen say her piece of it first, just in case it answers that buy question that you may have. So, full-time, 150,821. Part-time, and these are salaries, part-time, 63,960. Administration, computers, 2,500. Computers and equipment, sorry, 2,500. Supplies, 3,500. Miscellaneous administration, $200. Postage, 200. Grants, 100. Patriotic purposes, 150. Professional development and training, 3,000. Contracts / contracted services. Copier, fax, and scanner is $4,216. Bookkeeper is $2,500. IT computer support is $640. Firewall maintenance is $400. Electronic resources, Ancestry is $800. Card catalog system is $2,000. Computer services is $3,750. Patron materials, audio / visual is $5,500. Books is $12,500. Ebooks downloadables is $2,400. Newspapers is $2,000. Periodicals / publications is $1,570. Programming is $4,000. Building maintenance is $5,500. Diesel is $100. Electric is $6,200. Grounds maintenance is $500. Propane is $3,500. Security alarm service is $450. Telephone is $4,600. Water testing is $110. Subtotal is $293,267 with a 2.74 increase, and that is just on, could you give me a clarification on what the subtotal is just encompassing of?
It's just the subtotal of that, and then we added in the insurance and benefits, because that's all in our budget, that's not in the selectmen's budget.
Gotcha, so.
We separated that out, so you'd see, this is how much it costs to run, this is the personnel stuff.
So a subtotal before factoring for insurance benefits, $293,267. Disability insurance, $1,012. Health and dental insurance is $34,064. FICA / Medicare is $17,088. Retirement is $17,521. Pay for performance is $16,726. Subtotal for just insurance is $86,411 with an 8.49% increase. The total for the budget of the library and the total ask for them is going to be $379,678 with a total increase of 4.96%, or is it the 4.42%?
Well, I explained at the last time that we came to speak with you that the budget that the budget committee voted last year was actually $363,599, but that's not what is in the town report. Books was actually voted at 12,000, but it went in at 10, wasn't it? And the other one was newspapers, which was supposed to be 2,000, went in at, what, 648. So we noticed before town meeting that there was some discrepancies in what had been voted, but we didn't want to make a big deal about it at town meeting floor, so we just let it slide. But we did highlight those numbers so that you would all know that our budget was supposed to be $363,599. So if the right numbers had gone in, we'd be at a 4.42% increase over what last year's budget was. Because last year, you all cut the electric line a little bit, but you didn't, those other lines weren't cut. So our books look like we have a significant $2,500 increase, when in fact, we only have a $500 increase over last year.
And is that something that you've squared up with?
Yeah, we looked at your minutes and all that other, and what we had written down and everything, and when we spoke about it at the last meeting, a couple of the people on your board went, oh yeah, that's great. So.
Is the discrepancy anything that is going to affect your, or is
No,
it just simply?
we saw it, we could have made an issue of it at town meeting to have the budget increase, but it was, you know.
But for the sake of your ask, you just want it to be known that.
I wanted to let the budget committee know that some of the numbers look like, I mean, books look like it's up 22%.
Newspapers was up huge, but it wasn't.
Jump, and it isn't.
So based on what we had voted to accept, the board last year, you are looking for an increase of 4.42% is the main clarification you want?
Yes,
Okay.
and that includes the fact that we have already made adjustments in this budget, and we're more than happy to do the same thing that the Board of Selectmen are doing, in that part of our pay for performance has increased based on the fact that we also had the information that the Board of Selectmen had about how the salaries are well below average. So we felt that as employers, once we were actually notified that our employees, part-time, are significantly below average, that we wanted to bring them up.
Paid is below average.
Yes, yes, and that's the other thing I want to say. We're willing to bring them up to just average, even though many of our employees are well above average. But in order to do that, it was, I don't know, I wrote it down, 6,000, do you have the number?
$6,275.
And we're willing to put that, as the selectmen are, in a, whatever you're gonna call that line.
Wage adjustment?
Wage adjustments, and put the $6,000 number in that, instead of in the pay for performance. We're willing to, you know, sort of copy, if you will, what the selectmen are doing for that, but we have to put it in our budget, it doesn't come out of their budget.
Is that something you'd like to adopt right now, or, okay?
We're willing to do that right now, so we can call a wage adjustment, and do a wage adjustment line under the pay for performance line, which would be, what's the number, Rebecca?
6,200.
So y'all selectmen better make sure you propose that, or else you're gonna have some angry people.
6,275, and that way leave the, pay for performance line at the 10,451.
Okay.
And the other thing we're doing is, and Cindy can clarify this, but it's my understanding that the health and dental insurance that we have the same in as last year has actually increased by about 3%. Is that correct?
It was 7%.
Okay, anyway, if it's an adjustment that would make our budget higher, we're not putting that in. So.
Just because you
We're
feel.
more, our priority right now is making sure our employees are making at least an average salary from the state of New Hampshire. So we're willing to take a shot that we don't need to increase the budget any further for health and insurance.
May I just ask one more time,
Sure.
you adjusted the pay for performance, can I get that number?
And the pay for performance number is the same as it was last year, 10,451.
And the difference is $6,275.
Which
That's
is-
what we increased it to get
For the wage adjustment.
our wage adjustment.
So you're asked, because you're not gonna be adjusting the dental insurance.
No, we're not gonna adjust the dental, so we're not gonna increase that line.
Oh, sorry.
We're also not going to, we've also reduced.
We've also reduced some other lines in
Can,
work.
I just want to, so your final ask right now.
And at some point, you have to ask me to take the minutes for you for the rest of the meeting, by the way. But anyway, we'll go through, you can't do this. This is crazy for you to do minutes and run a meeting.
If-
Anyway, we'll talk later.
Okay.
So, our pay for performance line for the proposed budget of 2020 is the same as last year's, 10,451. And the new line, wage adjustment, will be for 6,275.
Okay. I was just your final number here.
Oh, the final number is the number that's showing. We've already made these adjustments. The number that's on this budget already has
The wage adjustment as well?
wage adjustments in there, so the final number isn't gonna change.
So is it the 379, 678?
678 is
This is-
going to be our bottom line budget, because
It's not gonna change even though you're saying you're gonna remove the pay for performance and move it to,
it's still within our budget. We can't move it into their budget. It has to stay in ours. That's because.
They're just splitting the line, instead of it all being under pay for performance.
it still needs to go under your budget, sorry, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we're actually adding a line similar to what the selectmen have done that says wage adjustment, to clarify it the same way the selectmen have done.
I was confused by that.
No
Got it.
problem. But what we've also done is, the previous budget had computers and equipment at what, 5,500?
Yeah, we adjusted some of the lines, so
Yeah.
the computers and equipment was at 5,000, and we cut that down to 2,500. It's bolded on this page.
We've already done the adjustment.
And the bookkeeper was 3,000, we brought it down to 2,500. Electric was brought down to 6,200. The last adjustment at our last meeting, which we brought down to 6,500.
So we've already given you a new budget that shows our proposed adjustments, because again, to try and have less of an impact for the taxes, our priority is to make sure that our employees are making at least an average wage. So in order to make that increase more palatable, we've tried to reduce some of the other lines to have it be not as much of an impact. So, the lines that are bolded, if you want to look at your past sheets, the lines that are bolded within the budget that was on page, whatever, 18, I guess, 17, 18, those are the lines we've reduced. And rather than give you old numbers, new numbers, crazy numbers, this is our budget. And it has those reductions already in it to try and, so even though we were adding in this over $6,000, we removed over $3,000 to try and make it more palatable for the taxpayers and the committee.
Now, the revenue offsetting for the copier fax scanner,
That's, what we've done is, the copier, it used to be that because of the way the law is written for the library, we can just automatically put the money towards that, but then that's not gross budgeting, which is what we should be doing. So that number is in our budget, that 4,000, we have offset revenue that will offset that, so that's not really.
because that 4,200 is what the actual cost is going to be?
Yes,
for
that's by contract.
And the revenue, the offsetting revenue, is that go towards the general fund, or does that go towards the library?
It goes to the library, but because we're trying to do a gross thing, that's one of the numbers that will come back to the town, that 4214.
When you send the check at the end of the bookkeeping?
Yeah, and it's, we've already committed to the Board of Selectmen, based on the insurance, that, there's $20,000 coming back to the town, but that won't be the final amount. Once we get the final amount of expenditures for year end, there will no doubt be another check given to the town, but we don't have final year end numbers yet to be able to know what that will be. But we do know that there's $20,000 we're not using in insurance that's coming back to the town. And then,
But we have to have that number in there in case people make decisions throughout the year, they have life changes.
You know,
So that's.
we're
what
more
we
than
have
happy
to-
not to have it in there, if the Board of Selectmen want to tell us that they'll cover it, but we probably don't want to do that. But, so, we put it in knowing that we don't use that for anything else. If we don't hire anybody that needs it, that comes right back to the town.
And so the library has made a commitment, my first year on the board was that you would be as transparent as possible about that check that you send at the end of the year, and so last year you were able to send one
It
of,
was like 44,000 or something last year, was returned to the town from last year's budget. So we'll return, we already know there's 20, we've already spoken with the town's bookkeeper, who's also our own bookkeeper. We wanted to have the check sent by December 31st, but Cindy will get that as soon as possible.
It doesn't have to be a check, but we'll account for it properly. The income goes into the general fund revenues, which helps to offset the tax rate.
got it.
So we've written that letter to the selectmen already, it's 20,000 that we know of right now, huh?
The check's in the mail.
Well, your bookkeeper's one who does it.
It's
so-
an accounting.
It's an accounting thing,
doesn't have to
that,
be-
but we've already authorized and signed the letter and given it to the Board of
Yeah.
Selectmen that $20,000 is automatically coming back.
Got it. Okay.
So,
I
we
have
have
one
done
question.
that.
This might go towards the selectmen. The telephones, why are the telephones so expensive?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Why are the telephones so expensive, Sean
telephones.
asked?
The telephone includes internet.
Oh, okay.
So
this is
that's
the
our
service.
internet and
Okay.
our telephone combined.
Okay. all right.
And the telephone, prices are increasing. I think I calculated like 6 or 7% this year, so.
Is there, I mean, somebody, does the selectmen take care of securing all telephones, all internet access for all stations and things like this, or?
The town contract, or?
For all of the general fund departments, the library, we just negotiate our own.
Why don't we have them taken care of by you so that we can maybe barter a better deal than, it looks, they're going up 7% this year.
Kind of the problem is, we have a, agreement with the schools. Whenever they can help us out, they help us out. They have a little more complicated because they have to have filters and everything else, and they know it's a solid cost. Ours, whenever we can use the schools to save costs, we do. We have a very small line if we have to go outside.
I guess I don't understand for the telephone and internet costs, that's.
Well,
schools related.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the
Services,
oh.
monthly services.
Oh, you're talking about IT services, right?
I thought we were talking about IT, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, gotcha. So, can I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, are they able to have a mutual, negotiation with the town as far as a rate?
That's usually a fixed cost.
Yeah, it's
usually a fixed cost.
It's not like.
Yeah, they charge businesses so much. As far as what Kevin's talking about, we've got a deal with the school that we buy all our computers through them. They do all of my, have for 20 years, they do all my IT services for free.
Yeah.
That's something different, but, as far as telephone, and we get it through Comcast, and it's a standard.
There's
no negotiating power of.
It's standard.
It's per line, it's a per line charge.
Yeah, gotcha, okay.
It's through Comcast, it's the same thing. I talked to them about possibly changing lines, going to digital.
And they're like, to who? Yeah. And they say, to who?
Yeah, it's not gonna buy us anything, so I went through that process. Our telephone bill is $243 a month. Our internet is like $140, $143, but we have very high-speed internet to accommodate. We're getting more people that come in that work in the library, they're working remotely, and they need those speeds to work.
Could you just add on this telephone /
Yeah,
internet? I think, when I see that as a telephone bill, I think that's a little high, that's all.
Oh, we can do that.
Right.
It would definitely be more descriptive for anyone reading.
And that was a suggestion that Cindy had made to me earlier this year, so good idea.
Excellent. A quick question, if I may.
Absolutely.
In case there's any confusion, I just wanted to make sure that everybody here understood that the library has autonomy. You don't have to go to the selectmen for pay raises or salaries or hiring.
And we're afforded to not have to go talk to the selectmen all the time.
Talk into the mic, we want everybody to hear that.
Get it? Boat sales.
I also got
Yeah.
I got a curiosity, it's a small thing, but why do we have a lawn maintenance, $500 for the library separately? I thought the road agent pretty well took care of that with building maintenance.
Sprinklers.
It might be for the sprinklers.
I think it's for
There are special items on the grounds of the library. This has never, since I've been there, in the 3 years, been used.
Yeah, we try not to, because Tom will usually try and take care of our sprinkler systems and stuff, and then doesn't charge us for it. But if he can't one time, we have to have that maintained. And then there's also, we try and get people to volunteer to do a lot of the weeding and stuff, because that's not something that the grounds people will do. So we try not to use it, but if we can't get volunteers to do it, you know, we might have to pay somebody a little bit to try and take care of it. I'm not going out to weed.
And we had a timer.
Between welfare.
I'm not weeding, so that's okay.
So we had a timer that froze on the irrigation. He He just fixed it.
St. Lair does a lot of the stuff like that.
It's little things above and beyond what the grounds people actually, I mean, we can't have them, weeding the library when they have the whole rest of the town to do, those kind of things.
We're just fortunate that one of our maintenance people
Exactly, can do the
specializes
sprinklers.
in sprinklers.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
he's very good about doing it, and he could charge us, but he doesn't, so. That's what it's there for.
And, I guess I would just ask the increase in newspapers and books.
That's because it's actually what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there was no increase.
That's the one that was.
These are the ones that were
These are the ones
increased.
that were reduced in last year's budget that
And it
we
seems
had
to me that
addressed.
the number that actually went in might have been an actual of one time,
Okay,
because it's like 648, why would we ask for we had asked for 2,000, and we think that was just a number transcription someplace along the way. But we didn't wanna make a big deal of it last year, no
okay.
point.
And so when I look at the actuals, it looks like you're spending closer to that ask. And was there, is this just an increase push on the library to have more current materials and relevant materials?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who, well, I can let you answer that.
On newspapers in particular, we're going more into digital services, so we added a service called News Bank. And in addition to the paper analog items, we are adding digital, and that's adding costs even to the periodicals and publications and computer services.
When we redo this to put back in the wage adjustment line, we are going to get rid of the extra bolding, the extra notations, which was just for the budget committee to more
Show what was
understand.
changed and.
Get rid of all those little extra notes, so it'll be easier for Cindy to get it into the proper documentation. So
Okay.
And they'll each have their own line item.
the wage adjustment will be a line under pay for performance, and to be able to mimic what the Board of Selectmen will be doing.
Much better than next year to have it like that.
Yeah, and then next year.
And I just wanted to note that they went down in the electricity, I like that. And I assume that was for the LED conversion.
It was.
And so obviously that's gonna pay for itself and then some, so I'd like to see the other departments and agencies look at that and that can be done and proof right there.
I believe you're also going to be submitting a warrant for solar array as well.
We have to talk to the Board of Selectmen, because, we talked to the Board of Selectmen about putting in a warrant, which they were in favor of us going ahead and doing. We passed that warrant article, to the DRA to make sure it was written legally and all that stuff. And so I have to talk to the Board of Selectmen about what their preference is, because the DRA said, we don't need to put in a warrant article. So I've spoken with Chief Briggs about possibly trying to get together with the selectmen today to find out what they want us to do, and whether they need me to come to the agenda Monday night to further talk about this. But there is a proposal for solar, how it's going to be achieved. We still have to talk with the Board of Selectmen. They are unaware of this new development until now.
So your final ask today is $379,678.
Yes.
Do we have a motion to?
Move the library budget at $379,678.
So to move, I apologize, do we now have to vote whether we approve or deny, or your movement to vote to approve it?
Vote, just a vote.
Okay. So if we could have a vote to approve the number of the ask for the library, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I am as well in favor. So we move to accept the ask of the library.
Can I ask that while you guys are voting the budgets, if the Board of Selectmen are voting at the same time? Their approval or disapproval of the budgets?
They're not even here.
We have been asked, we had the quick discussion, I think the next week is the one when it comes to where
Well,
we
actually, you have to give your recommendations today, because if there's something you recommend or don't recommend, it gives us the opportunity to put in a warrant article if we need to.
So far, we've been in agreement. We didn't ask, but we've been in agreement. But we could do.
Maybe you should just revisit them and have the selectmen vote.
Would you,
There's only several
Yeah,
that have gone through.
okay.
I questioned that myself.
Oh, okay.
And we figured, we'll deal with it next week, but you're right, it allows for you, if you know the selectmen aren't on board with something, you're correct.
So, okay, but everything's cool so far?
So far.
Okay,
Did anyone have any issue with anything so far?
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen, does that offer stand for you to continue the minutes? I would appreciate it greatly.
Broken, but free.
Hey, I come from a stock of do it yourself before you ask others to do it for you.
There's a few, actually, you might wanna do the planning board, because it's fairly simple. Glenn and the circuit rider are here, so.
He can, sorry?
Do the planning board.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
No.
5-minute break. You have to run. Does anyone, I'm gonna take a quick break to use the restroom. Does anyone else need to use the restroom? This will be, about a 2-minute recess here I'm planning on. Yeah, just to use the restroom quickly.
Going around is a menu for lunch. If you can pick what you want for a drink too, it's there, just put it out and I'll place the order.
Okay, this is a very brief recess because I would like to acknowledge and take our other budgets who are here, but I'm gonna have kidney failure if I wait. recess.
We've been to front row.
Do you all feel appropriate, proceeding?
There he is anyways. Come on, Kevin, you're
As soon as his butt hits the seat, we're beginning. We're gonna return from our recess. Everyone, thank you. We're gonna return from our recess, and I would like to take, the planning board, just because we have our town planner here, try to keep as little butts waiting as possible.
What page is that?
This is gonna be page 4, midway down, 4191.
Only for a certain number of rounds.
Do you wanna bring that up? Those not here, don't see a shot.
I apologize, that was done out of order. Can we have a motion to take the planning board? I did not do that appropriately.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have Glenn Koppelman of the planning board, and as well we have.
So for the record, I'm Glenn Koppelman, I chair the planning board, and with me is Glenn Greenwood, so you have the two Glens, and Glenn Greenwood is our town planner.
Okay.
And Glenn is joining us today, and we also have Ellen, who is now your note taker, minute taker.
Do you want to use my computer, or you can use?
But Ellen is also the planning board's administrative assistant, so you have three planning board folks to help answer questions as you have them.
Okay.
And appreciate you taking us out of order.
Absolutely.
And do you want Glenn to join me up here?
Please, yeah.
Come on up, Glenn.
He does look pretty cool, lean back there, you know.
I think really don't.
Well, little kids sit in the
I'm not a
back.
resident, I guess I shouldn't talk unless.
I
Let's
believe
talk too.
you're here as counsel for the planning board, should we have questions that they need the information appropriate to address them.
And it's important, I know that the budget committee has heard this discussion because we presented the budget to the budget committee. I'm not sure if all of them were there at that, actually you weren't actually. But the select board is here, and I don't think that they've heard an explanation of this budget yet. And Glenn is here because, in particular, the significant change to the budget over the previous year relates to the amount of hours that we're proposing for the town planner, and so the increase in the budget is largely due to that proposal. So if questions come up about why that increase is needed, Glenn is a good person to help answer that question.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read through, and again, committee, please just mention by if this is a specific line item that you plan to discuss at the end of me reading through these. So we have planning and zoning. Planning board salaries part-time is $20,158. Planning board books is $200. Planning board contracted services is $1,000. Planning board copier maintenance is $500. Planning board engineering consultant is $3,000. Planning board forms and envelopes is $150. Planning board legal ads is $1,500. Planning board matching grants is $2,500. Planning board mileage is $250. Planning board office equipment is $5,570. Planning board planner is $44,924. Planning board postage is $100. Planning board recording fees is $700. Planning board seminars and training is $600. Planning board supplies is $350. Planning board test pit / soil scientist is $500. Planning board computer upgrade and maintenance is $400. And that means we have a total for the planning board of $82,402 for a 20% increase. So you have what is that called? A reason for the 20% increase prepared.
Yes.
Before you start on that, one of these lines is wrong, we've reduced it. And if you give me a minute, I will go tell you what we reduced it to. It's on the chair that I have right over there.
Taker of the minutes, I will give you a minute, yeah.
Okay. It's the office equipment line, I believe, was reduced.
Okay.
You said it's on the chair?
Oh, you know what, I put it in my office, shoot.
Is your office locked? Would you like me?
My office is locked. Can I give it to somebody to,
I believe we can hold the discussion time.
just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think it fell.
Quick, everyone say something noteworthy. No. You appreciate my joke? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Took me a little slow on the pickup.
I think I as well. I kind of like that one.
I'm sorry. The budget committee voted to drop that down to 1,050.
Which line was that, Ellen?
The office equipment line, which was at 5570,
Yep.
was dropped down to 1,050.
Not 1,020?
Okay,
Well, that's what I have as a note on this, but,
then I would leave it at, there were two numbers.
Okay.
So I went with the higher one, because, you know, why wouldn't I? But we'll go with 1,020.
Okay.
Because part of it was, I think there was some money initially in there for the discussion of a projector.
Yes.
And the other was because we were able, the town bought the computers out of this year's budget. And Glenn was one of the ones that was gonna need a new computer. His was up for replacement, and that was already bought. So that's why we can move that line back down to 1,020.
Okay, and that's a comfortable ask for y'all is the 1,020.
yes. So going back to your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The reason for the largest part of the increase, as I said, is the proposed increase in the planner's hours, which is to cover a few things, one of which is to increase the number of hours in the office here at Town Hall. First of all, to provide sufficient support to applicants and town residents who are more frequently coming to the planning board office for assistance, either with an application or with a question about zoning and planning, but also due partly to an increase in activity for proposed residential and commercial projects that are coming into town. And so, so that's one part of it. The other part is that now that we have Glenn under contract with the town as opposed to under contract with the Planning Commission, there's I would almost call it a different perception of having this individual as part of the town staff to provide services to the community. And his expertise has been used more and more by other town departments beyond the planning board to assist with zoning board of adjustment questions at times. I believe the select board has also utilized Glenn's expertise, and so there's more and more demand on the time for the town planner, and so based on that, we're proposing an additional 3 hours per week based on a 48-week total, so not 52, because obviously
Kevin.
People do take vacation and holidays and so forth, but it's important to note also that the contracted hourly rate for the planner stays the same. It's just that the number of hours is being proposed to increase by 3 hours per week. And I'd like to offer it to Glenn if he has anything else to add to that.
Yeah, I'd say the majority really is, I've had more interaction with chairman of boards, particularly the Zoning Board of Adjustment and the Historic District Commission. And I think that they do appreciate being able to call me and get both procedural and and information about actual cases before them. So that's been the greatest change. Beyond that, being in the office accomplishes a greater ability for residents to speak with me directly. On any given day, folks in the other offices, predominantly the selectman's office, are filtering people up to speak with Ellen, and Ellen answers questions or calls me and makes sure she's answering them correctly. So the more time I'm there, the less time is spent with us figuring out whether or not we're giving counter information to somebody. And so those are really the two avenues that are the most, that are feeding the biggest amount of this change that's being requested.
So currently you spend how many hours a week?
I'm there 2 days a week, 4 hours each day. And the goal of this is to mean that one of those days, either Monday or Thursday, I'll be there from 9 to 4, okay, as opposed to just in the afternoon.
And just so that you're all clear on this, it's not just the office hours that constitute the total number of hours for the town planner. He also prepares for and attends planning board meetings, which we have at least 2 of them per month. He attends site walks if we're out visiting a site for a proposed applicant or project. The planning board has subcommittees that do work on other planning board responsible items like the capital improvements plan, and so Glenn coordinates that activity and attends those meetings with us. And so the hours are not just the office hours, it's beyond that.
Okay. So Glenn won't do those for free, the site walks and everything? Yeah.
Well, I think sometimes he probably does, actually.
They're always a pleasure to do, especially the winter ones.
At 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
Well, last Saturday morning or Sunday morning,
They're a treat.
We were on site, and it was in the low. It was certainly well below freezing and very slippery and icy. So it was a joy.
But board members were there for free.
That's true.
Sean, you had a question.
No, I just wanted to ask, so I'd like a motion, but the number, the figure, the 1020 is accurate. That's what you told us last time we met, to make line item 4191-09.
Yep.
From the 5,570s to be 1,020.
Under the office equipment?
Yep.
Yep.
So I'd like to make a motion to vote for the 77,852.
Is that what you have as well, 77,852?
That's what I have.
I'd like to make a motion to vote for this.
Second. We'll count, Chuck beat you by a hair there. We'll count Chuck as the second.
Could you just, did you just vote on a bottom line number? Yeah. I want to make sure we have that number correct. Is it correct?
That's what I just asked. That's what I was just asking. It's 77852.
77852.
And I just wanted to add, so actually we're gonna actually go ahead and we're gonna vote on that right now. So all in favor of 77852 for the planning board? In favor? All opposed? Everyone is in favor, because I as well am in favor of the number for the planning board. And I just had a question. Now, with adding those 3 hours, is that gonna potentially make it easier to move along processes, like you said, where we're growing in town residentially and commercially? Is this gonna allow quicker turnaround on these scenarios?
Well, it provides more opportunity in the office for applicants to be meeting with Glenn and to go over materials. I don't know if the process will change, because a large part of it depends on how complicated an application is and how prepared an applicant is when they come to the board. And so, but it's certainly, having the planner in the office more hours will give an applicant more time to be meeting with Glenn here in town, to be prepared, hopefully to be better prepared for coming before the board.
Mark, you had something?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, how many hours a week do we have now? How many hours a week will this take this to? And what's the hourly rate?
Hourly rate's not changing.
The hourly rate under our contract is 67 per hour.
And it's going from right
Presently
now
it's 8
4
hours.
hours, 2 days a week, which is 8 hours total.
Correct.
And you're gonna be moving that to an additional 3 hours per week, so it's gonna be, sorry, what is that? 11 hours
11
per
hours a
week.
week.
Every week, for 48 weeks.
But if I may, those are just the office hours, they're not the total contract hours, because we also then add in
We did
certain
add, I
amount of
think,
hours
2
per
hours, I think
meeting.
we added 2 hours for a site walk on average every month. And we basically, for instance, in the last 3 or 4 months, we've had, I think, 4 site walks of different developments, so that's why we said we basically do 1 a month.
And it doesn't include your evening hours to attend the planning board meetings.
Correct.
That's additional hours. We have the contract, which I can get you a
Well, I don't
copy
need
of.
to look at it, I was just curious what it came out to, how many hours a week it is now, what's it take it to, and what the
Yeah,
cost
no,
per hour is.
legitimate questions, I just would have to look at the contract to get the total amount for the month, which is how I think it's.
Second Heights, does that
So,
satisfy
so
you?
it's going from 8 to 11 per week for 48 weeks, and then there's hours built in,
Right, there's
three hours a week for incidentals?
3 hours a month, I thought they said.
I think it's closer to 3 hours a month. But I mean, I can certainly between now and next week, if you want, actually indicate the exact number of hours. That's, I'm happy to do that.
You can do it now if you just divide by 67.
We could, but that wouldn't necessarily give what we've allocated them as. That would just give the total hours.
Right, not broken out into.
Total hours is how many per contract? Is there a total?
Yeah, I
How
mean,
much is it, you know?
it's 67, it would be 67 divided by that 44,924, would give you the hours.
So I'm simply inclined to agree that you being available for more hours is gonna allow more people to come forth and get the information necessary. I mean, I know that if you don't have information, you're not gonna complete a project, you're not going to undertake a project, and so I obviously would like to see next year if we can see any tangible benefit of it, and then, but I think it's a step in the right direction to have someone who has that knowledge more available to allow for us to grow further as a town, the planning board.
I think that's a legitimate comment, and I'll also just add anecdotally that for a town the size of Kingston, with the residents that we have and with the activity that we have, for us to be still working with a contracted part-time town planner is it's a challenge. It's unusual, and
it's a dated scenario, I'd say. Every town I've lived in, other than Kingston, has had their own resource that is town essentially owned, but you get what I'm saying.
Right.
When Copeland went through this all, when he first presented it all, he went through exactly, we asked him exactly the questions that you're asking now, to very great length and detail on every single line, and even talking about the two hour walks and things like this and all this stuff. So, I mean, that's why spent a lot of time speaking to all these points, and that's why I just said motion to vote for this, which we've already voted, so. Move on.
Correct.
Just a point of information, if I might. So just the technical review meeting we had yesterday, or the day before.
It was just, it was 2 days ago, you're right, we're on Saturday.
If that package comes forth, you're talking hundreds of hours, just on that one project.
Likely.
Yeah. So it's a very, very, very large project that's.
And I'm not sure if the budget committee knows, but on site-specific activities that I can charge back to the applicant, that happens. There's a manifest process that I charge them directly for preparation of memos that I do regarding their proposals, and that's money that comes back, and we could total that for the year as well, and
Oh, I'm
get
sorry.
you a figure.
Can I just get a clarification? You're saying that money comes back to the town, not goes to you, it's not, okay.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't come to me, it comes to the
Revenue.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of revenue offset that doesn't show on this sheet. You might have backup sheets that do show it, but things like doing legal notices for applications, I mean, we have to have it in the budget, but actually that's paid for by the applicant, so there's offsetting revenue for that. And for whatever time Glenn spends on a particular application, including the time at a planning board meeting where an applicant is there, say an applicant is with us for an hour, Glenn's time at the board meeting for that hour is billed back to that applicant. So there's a significant amount of revenue that comes back against this budget.
So I do have a question about that. With a taxpayer, a homeowner who's trying to do something, if they go to speak to you, would they have to pay you?
No, when they come into the office and talk with me and get guidance, there's no charge to them. If my guidance to them, for instance, if what we determine is they want to do a boundary line adjustment,
yeah,
and that applicant then comes in with a formal application to the planning board, then there is an escrow account that's set up to allow both the town engineer and myself to charge back whatever time we spend on that applicant.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And that then comes back. But phone calls that I get and meetings that I have during the day, there is no charge for those.
Fair enough.
So we're also gonna be going over, is it a zoning board as well?
No.
That's a different.
No, that's a different board and separate budget.
Axel, can I just ask, since I'm taking minutes, at this point, do we want to ask the boards of selectmen for their vote, and that way it will show in the minutes?
Absolutely,
It's just on this line, or is this the whole budget?
For the rest of the budget, that's usually what you guys do.
Okay, so did you already vote the budget?
we did, we vote to, all in favor, we all approve of what they're asking.
77,852.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yep, in favor.
Unanimous? Okay.
I like how you do it different this year, instead of going, yeah, we're all in favor, right, guys?
Glad you can't do anything right.
So, I believe, Glenn, is that all that we have you here for today?
That's it.
Thank you, Glenn, besides your smiling face.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Glenn and Glenn. You are free to go enjoy the weather. We have Tammy here. I would like to motion, if we can, to take Tammy out of order.
Excuse me.
Can we please take a motion to take Tammy out of order? You're gonna second.
Okay.
Motion by Sean, seconded by Anne.
By who?
Anne Marie.
Okay, I thought you said everyone's, I'm like, okay.
Temperature outside.
Yeah, I got time,
I'll find out what this is.
Page 3.
Well,
It says TC.
Which one do you want first, Tammy?
Which one do you want first? It doesn't matter.
I'll pick,
We
just to get it going.
yeah, thank you, yeah.
I said, someone pick, just.
We're gonna start with 4150, which I guess I just don't have a name for that on here right now.
It's
Town clerk, town clerk, TCTC.
PCTC.
All right, we're gonna go over TCTC.
It doesn't fit when I spell the whole thing out.
We're gonna do ACDC here. So I'm gonna read through, and again, please, if you have a question and you wanna discuss that immediately after. So TC salary is $58,710. Salary full-time, $47,650. Salary overtime, $500. Salary part-time, $24,850. Boat launch keys, $250. Computer maintenance, $3,972. Computer supplies, $400. Computer upgrades, $1,000. Consulting services, deeds, $500. Dog tags, $400. Dues, $60. Equipment contracts, $400. Forms and envelopes, $1,500. Mileage and meals, $500. Office equipment, $100. Recording fees, 500. Seminars and training, 1,000. Supplies, 500. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the board, do we have any questions regarding these lines that we have here? I know we've already discussed them with Tammy, but.
So I have a comment. I sent an email that I need to increase the computer line to $2,000. I did check with the state. We now can combine our 6 computers into 4, but I need to replace 2 because they won't accept the Windows 10.
Okay, so 2 of your computers.
So I already had $1,000 in there for 1 computer. I need another $1,000, please.
This is for 150-14 computer upgrades?
Yes, please.
You want to increase that, sorry, again to 2,000.
And those would be Energy Star.
Yes, yes, of course.
The monitors, will they be LED?
We've already replaced the monitors, so I don't need any.
So which line number is this? Which line number is this gonna be?
This is gonna be for 150-14 computer upgrades.
14.
So we don't have, election is under here, right? Because I know that's,
That's a
where a
separate
few
one.
more of the questions are there, okay?
Yeah.
So we have a total ask of you, from you today of 144,792. We're gonna increase that to 145,792. It was a 3% increase, it's gonna be 3 and some change now.
And I would also like to have an opportunity to look at my salary lines.
You would like to look at the salary line, okay? What is,
I haven't, just from this conversation today, I would just like the opportunity for myself so I can go back and look at mine.
okay, would you like to do that and we can hear you again after our recess today, or would you like to come back?
I would like to come back.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
Just looking for a little guidance. Ellen, she can come back.
She can do the same thing Rich is doing, whereas if she wants to review them, talk to the Board of Selectmen about adding that number to her line, and then have the Board of Selectmen come back next week with the revised number, and have you guys vote on it, that's perfectly legitimate to do.
That's the process you'd like to take?
Yes,
okay. So, we have a full ask of 145,792. Do we have a motion on that number for town clerk?
Make a motion that we do the TCTC for 145,792.
Second. So, all in favor of the TCTC, town clerk? Do we have ayes? Aye. Do we have any opposed? We have unanimous ayes are in favor. So we will continue on to, where are we going next, Tammy?
Can we have the Board of Selectmen vote? Yeah, ask the Board of Selectmen.
Sorry, Board of Selectmen.
We agree.
Okay.
Did you want the selectmen vote? There's only 4 of them here.
They have a quorum, so there's no problem.
So we will, we'll journey back when we get people out of the seats to get your votes on the previous ones as well, I believe, just so we have an idea of where y'all stand, and if you don't stand in approval of one of the budgets, I'll make sure that we reach out and let that budget know that they may need to make an adjustment there.
Yeah, we've been in agreement up to this point.
Okay, good enough, excellent, so, one less phone call. Okay, so where are we journeying to now?
Elections and registrations for 140, please.
4140, which is going to be
previous page.
Thank you. Okay, we have election and registration 4140. Again, I'm going to just read through here. Is this supervisor of checklist? Is that what that stands for? Okay. Supervisor of checklist clerical, 500. Supervisor of checklist supplies, 200. Salaries supervisor of checklist, 1,200. Election salaries part-time, 4,000. Election food, 1,600. election printing, 4,500, election programming, 10,000, election supplies, 800, for a total ask of 22,800 and a total increase of 119%. And, do we have?
Buy on election programming.
Okay, which I sent an email again to you that I did look into that and I can reduce it to $5,000.
Because I was gonna say, if I was understanding, this isn't the adjusted ones right here.
And the huge increase is because this year we have 4 elections instead of 1.
Now, there was another one that you said you might need to adjust regarding this.
No.
Okay, oh, sorry, so this was on the computer side.
Correct.
Okay.
So will the total be 17,800? Is that what we'll vote for?
It is. Do you have a question? So the rest of the numbers are just going up based on what you expend per election, increasing it by that. Yeah, okay. Excellent, yeah. We have a motion to vote on the 17,800 by Sean. Do we have a second? Second by Anne Marie. So we are going to vote on 17,800 for election and registration. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? I'm also in favor, sorry about that.
We agree.
Favor of the election and registration, selectmen agree. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So much
Have
for
a lovely
waiting.
afternoon.
Thank you. Go enjoy this weather.
It's not as sarcastic as you thought.
I know, there's a guy here all morning.
He's the bill boy. I don't think he has a budget though.
He doesn't.
Let's cut all their budgets now, they're not here.
Maybe he found out that. This isn't the
Well, the selectmen are gonna be here for the whole meeting anyway, so I think we take executive last, right? Just because you guys are gonna be here no matter what. Chief of police, he's gonna be here no matter what too, yeah. But we can take him, do we have a vote to take him? Do we take him out of order? So we have a motion by Sean to take, chief of police out of order for his budget. Do we have a second? You have that? Move it.
Who made the motion, seconded? Sean made it, who seconded it? Anne Marie?
I don't know what it is, it's probably dying.
I am page 7 of 19.
Well, they're increased over last year because they were all given raises.
Yeah, you'll see an increase,
So
from
that
last year.
what they're supposed to do is reflect their budget based on their current rates, which increased over last year.
So I guess an easy way to identify it would almost be your budget is based on your needs, and an increase is a want, so the want's gonna come from that wage adjustment. Is that kind of?
Well, the wage adjustment line, the new one is gonna be for department heads that deem certain positions are underpaid. Which is different from the pay per performance line, is basically looking at their performance and giving them a raise. So, every year, typically in the past, they actually submit a budget based on what their employees normally work at their existing wages, which reflects, in most cases, a raise that they received during the prior year.
Understood. So we have police department 4210. We have Chief Briggs in front of us. Again, just gonna read through here. Salaries full-time $347,734. Salaries overtime $15,000. Salaries overtime court $10,000. Salaries seminars and training $9,000. Salaries, part-time officers, $199,044. Salaries, secretary, $47,220. Salaries, secretary, part-time, $1,292. That's my fault. Salary, sorry, not salaries, ammunition. Ammunition, $6,000. Books, $1,000. Capital equipment, $5,180. Computer, $7,520. Cruiser maintenance, $17,000. Cruiser replacement, $38,800. Dues, $475. Electric, $8,000. Equipment supplies, $1,525. Equipment maintenance, $540. Forms and envelopes, $1,200. Heat, $4,000. Intoximeter, supplies, $400. Mileage and meals, $2,500. Photo, $1,200. Prosecutor, $19,000. Radio maintenance, $4,000. Seminars and training, $1,000. Surplus equipment is $100. Sorry, supplies is $1,500. Telephone is $4,000. Uniforms, $9,025. Police department is asking for $763,355 with an increase of 2%.
That's correct.
Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding the chief's proposed budget here?
I won't beat a dead horse. I think you know what the problem is. It's retention. It's paying the people what they should be paid. And it's gonna save a lot of time and money for the town.
This is the first I'm hearing this. Could you explain?
I do have one question for you. You hired someone, you send someone through you send people through the academy?
That's correct.
And how long do they have to guarantee to work for the town?
3 years.
3 years.
So the gentleman that I just hired, I brought him to the board. It's a long process. That's why we're always shorthanded.
Yep.
He just started Monday. Just signed the contract yesterday with him. He has to sign for 3 years. And we add in all the benefits, what it cost me to send him to the academy, his uniforms, all of that. So if they leave before 3 years, that's why I told you, one of the gentlemen I lost after 2 years. So it takes 4 months. The whole hiring process takes a long period of time. Then we hire him. We have to schedule him for the next academy. So if you can't get him into an academy right away, you can't use him alone because he or she is not a certified police officer.
Right.
So then they have to ride with someone for a period of 4 months, then the academy for 4 months. And if they're maybe a slow learner or whatever the issue may be, or there's that time period in between to get them into an academy, so you generally don't get to use them for a year by themselves. So then you can put them out on patrol, what have you. So then you use them year 2, year 3, and you hope to have them forever. Your uniforms, I just spent last week $3,000 for this gentleman's winter uniforms to include a vest. So it's between $3,000 and $5,000 to uniform these people. So it's a very expensive proposition, so you want to keep these people here as long as you can. The gentleman from that was with me for 2 years, let me back up. So because there's so fewer applicants and there's a need for police officers, everybody kind of takes from one another type of thing. So that happened to me this last go around with Plasto. This gentleman went to Plasto. They did pay out the last part of the contract for $10,000 to the town. So for the first year, I really didn't get to use the guy. Second year, I got to use him. Third year, he went to Plasto. So now we've hired this new gentleman. I think he left about in the middle of summertime, and now here we are, beginning of the year. I get to start sending the whole process again the next 6 months. So this goes on and on and on. I've got another gentleman that told me last week that he's leaving, going to another neighboring town, and he's a senior person that makes more than the standard pay. They've offered him a daytime position with a prosecutor position, a little bit more money. but he's looking to go to days, so it's a combination of money and being on days. So this has gone, every department has this issue, by the way, it's not just us. You know, state, sheriffs, fortunately, for me, another gentleman signed up to go to the Rockingham County Sheriff's Department. He was second in line, he didn't get taken, thank goodness, because he's gonna stay. But that's what it's costing a fortune to train these people, uniform the people. So if you gave them a little bit more money, that's the incentive to stay. The money is the incentive to stay, because everybody follows the money.
Well, can the buyout from the town of Plastow buying out, I mean, you shouldn't have to, the town taxpayer shouldn't have to be fronting the money to have these people get trained and qualified and certified.
They wanted him so bad, they paid the 10 grand for him.
Well, I was just saying, maybe they would have paid 20 grand.
I can't, legally I can't do that.
You know, how much?
Because it's a contract. Yeah, right.
No, I'm not saying it like that, but that's funny. I'm saying, you know, when I worked in free enterprise, you know, you go and work someplace, they train you, they send you to some schooling. Whatever that schooling cost is.
Expensive.
And whatever time that it took you from the workforce that you could have been producing actual revenue for the company, that's a loss, and they call it whatever they want. And if it was $60,000 or whatever, that's I would have had to pay that money back if I left the company.
So we,
to
answer your question, so we've done these before.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we haven't had to take anyone to court. Some have paid over a period of time to the town, over a period of, thinking about the gentleman to Atkinson, they pay over a period of 2 years, was that what it?
But I guess what you're implying almost is there a penalty to tack on, which is, okay, cool, you're buying out the contract, but now we're losing revenue, we lost revenue training this gentleman.
$5,000 in uniforms or whatever.
Well, that's what the contract's based on.
That's in the
cost
contract.
of training them and outfitting them and all that.
There's a number of different things in that contract. Uniforms is one, the cost of sending them to the police academy, you know, their hourly rate, all of that.
But are you prorating it as 2 years? Because it sounds like we only got
So,
1 year.
no, it's for the full 3 years, and then every year it dumps a year off.
But 1 year spent in training, so that year is a loss to the town.
But it's 3 years beyond. So the contract starts the day you graduate from the police academy.
Okay, all right, okay, I thought it was, okay.
Nope. So that starts the day of graduation is how it's written.
Okay, all right.
Now,
Goes to the general fund. Yep.
are you still, are you still exploring 4-year contracts?
So I've done some research on 4 and 5 year contracts. It seems that they don't fly. The average that's been road tested through the court is 3-year contracts that the court will recognize. That's my understanding.
That would just be a benefit to the employee, because we're trying to recover it within 3 years. So if a guy leaves after 2 years, let's say it's 10 grand a year, okay? If you spread it out to 5 years, you're just reducing the amount, really, over time. You know what I mean? Take the 30 grand and divide it by 5. Now you're only ticking off 6 grand a year. But I gotta tell you, those contracts, we were fortunate that Plastow did the right thing and paid out on that, but pursuing people is a lot of times not cost effective, depending on how much it is on the contract.
Yep.
Hiring an attorney, taking them to court, and all those things. Now, if the chiefs banded together and got the state to say, hey, if you back out of a contract, we're gonna pull your certification, that would put more teeth into the law. But trying to recover, it gets to be a point where, because there has been some that we haven't recovered.
What will be helpful, and I know it's been looked at in New Hampshire, if they allow candidates to go to the police academy on their own first, and then the agencies hire them. That's the big cost, that 4 months. And then you put them on the road for 4 months, so at least you only lose 4 months, you know what I'm saying? So, in Mass and in other states, they're allowed to go to a police academy, on their own without being hired first.
Oh, they're not allowed to do that in New Hampshire?
No.
Someone can't?
They have to be hired by the municipality or state or whoever, county. And then they're sponsored by those, organizations to go to the police academy.
Oh.
There's a whole process you have to follow. So
Chief,
that's the big issue. The big issue is retention. It's costly. You know, I mean, if I tried to backfill those shifts, it would be costly to the town. I mean, we have to backfill some of them, but just in overtime alone, if it was a mandatory thing that I had to have a two-man patrol, that would be costing the town a fortune to backfill those people with overtime.
So you are not planning to adjust any of the figures that you came with us today?
No, because they're all affected based upon lack of people.
Right, but you're also, you're planning to put forward for the new line item that we're gonna have wage adjustment. Do you have a figure for what you're planning to put forward?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a figure of what you're planning to put forward?
So the figure was 29,000. And that gets them to the basic, average minimum. That's 5 people, the low-end people coming in that we've hired within the last 3 or 4 years. That's only for those people. Those new hires that came in. So you know, we start an average patrolman off the street, green, not certified, at $19 an hour. If and when you graduate from the police academy, we give you a 50-cent bump.
Wow.
Most towns.
50 cents?
Yeah, 50 cents. So most towns are starting their people at $25 an hour.
I was a teller at Bank of America for that, when I was 17 or 18.
Which, you still have the merit pay in there. Are you going to, or in theory, leave enough money so if you have to hire a new guy, you can hire him at a higher rate? I mean, it makes no sense to pick up the bottom and then still try to get a guy at 19.
In some cases, so if you lose a senior guy that's 26,000, there's not a problem, because that salary is there. You know what I'm saying? But it's the new hires that are coming in at green, that there's only, you know, $19.50 an hour to pay them. I've got no other resources to draw from. But if someone's leaving that's paid, you know, $29,000 a year, you know what I'm saying? Then you've got that resource within the budget.
That's what you said when you lost the sergeant, right? Last year, right? You said the same thing. You said, well, I'm gonna have to hire another sergeant, or I'm gonna have to hire somebody new, but they're not gonna get paid what he got paid, right? And that's how we can justify it, but.
So it's a catch-22. If you wanna draw another person from another community that's certified, how they do it, the other towns, they raise their rate, they pay the police officers more money so they don't lose them. See what I'm saying? So they're always drawing from the low payers to steal the certified person, because they're already certified and road tested and you know what you got. So this has been going on for a long period of time. So we're an entry level. I train them, the next town takes them. So we want to be at least equal to them, which is $25 an hour, if I'm right. Is that right, Rich?
Roughly.
Yeah. So at least you want to be even with them, because they won't be trying to, or they won't go, or there's, you know what I mean? Because they're paid just about the entry level people.
It's not worth leaving, yeah.
Right.
You've been talking about this since I've known you.
Forever.
Yeah.
What's the rate that state?
Oh, it varies, depending on their time. There's a whole matrix, but they start them at, like, I want to say 60, 62, 64,000. Yeah, everybody wants, well, what Mark said was partially, and that comes in with that conversation. You know, every cop wants their own cruiser. State police get their own cruiser. It's like if you go to the sheriff's department. It's a great place to work, they pay you decent money, they give you your own car, you don't have to work weekends or holidays. So that's a good gig. So everybody wants to go to the sheriff's department. So there's other benefits as well. So a municipality or a city, you know, unless you're a rank officer, you don't get to take a car home. You work midnights, 4 to midnight, whatever, weekends, holidays, whatever. I mean, that's part of the thing, but you gotta at least pay them that starting wage of $25 an hour, or you're a training ground for all of the area towns, and it costs us a lot of money.
Well, so just going after the price, the hourly wage alone, would it be, I mean, I don't know, would someone jump ship for 50 cents an hour? Probably not.
No, it's more than that.
If we had them have their own cars, could we do that? Would it be more financially feasible to do that?
No, it wouldn't be feasible. So most people don't jump for 50 cents or $1.
Right.
But if I can go to the next town for $3 more an hour, I'm going. I'll give you an example. East Kingston, little town of East Kingston. Yeah. They pay huge money, and they're a smaller community. They provide their officers with brand new cruisers. They all have a take-home car, but they're a small community. You know what I'm saying? So every town or every organization does it differently. But what it's all based upon is how much are you paying these people? It's all about the money they take home.
So I appreciate, I wanted to give the time for you to explain that for anyone who wanted to digest that, because I think it's very important to understand there's a reason why we're doing this wage adjustment, there's a reason why your line has increased, and I definitely appreciate it.
It hasn't increased though, right?
It is 2%, but it's I mean, it's
no, but
just,
on the salaries point.
You're gonna put it selections.
Part-time's not in there.
it technically has.
This was an
because of the wage
increase from last year, so a pay performance. So the people that were at $19,
yeah,
they might have gone to 20 last year. So
okay,
that's what covers that pay for performance there. So there was a pay for performance given in 19. So that got them from $19 to maybe $19.50, or to $20 or $21. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what that is in there for.
Let's face it, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, it's cheaper to pay them and train them than it is to not pay them and lose them.
Absolutely.
So let's get the salaries up where they ought to be, and let's stop having to be a training ground for all the other things.
I would like to take a vote on this number. I think we're all.
I don't want to vote yet.
You don't want to vote yet? Okay.
Well, I got a question. You're saying we're going up, but is it because there's so much money that went into this other fund that I don't see here on this line item? Is that right?
The money is not in here.
That'll be in the selectmen's budget today.
So I would ask the selectmen for $29,000. That would be my request.
Because last year at 402,844 for the 2019 budget, salaries, full-time only, this is what I'm looking at, that was the 402,844. This year, it's 347, so I'm confused, because 29,000 plus 347 is still less than 402.
So when you lose a senior person,
right,
I bring somebody in at $19,
right,
that salary level. So I ask for the actual. So every year when I come to you and I say, this is what I'm looking for a salary on full-time people, that's the actual, including the pay for performance from 19. So if I lose a guy or a lady that's paid.
I think part of it's your salary and Joel's.
Are in part-time.
Are in part-time. That's why you see the part-time line jumping up so much.
So Joel's and mine are in part-time salary. The full-time people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's right. Because I remember this happened when you lost the sergeant in 2008, and you said, well, you're gonna have to replace him. I said, you will, but with somebody less, wouldn't cost you as much to do it, so.
Right, yeah, if you have, obviously the benefits the benefits are significant for full-time people.
Question. One, just a comment that I'm amazed at any question of sanity, willing to quit their lifeline online for $19 an hour. But the question is, you and Richard helped you put in a new system, heating system or something, cooling system?
Yes.
And is that is that like high efficiency, gonna save some money or something?
That's top, that's so state-of-the-art, I don't even understand it. The new heating system.
I thought you reported 98% on that.
It's unbelievable, yeah.
Yours was like 8.7%, but.
No, the heating system.
The heating.
Oh, the heating system, I was gonna talk about that.
That's what you do, right?
We put in a dual fuel, full high-efficiency system. So now basically, the system, like on a day like today, is gonna run in a heat pump mode. When it gets to a certain temperature, which I think is 30 degrees, it'll kick to the propane. So it decides, all computerized, what to run to be the most cost-effective. So these figures should go down next year.
Okay.
Based on that. Propane is gonna go down for sure. Electric may go up a little because the heat pump's gonna be running more.
Overall,
But, and then the other thing is Rich was talking about is once we get this system perfect, balanced and everything, then he's gonna come back and re-insulate the attic there.
Okay.
That was one comment I had. The other is we keep talking about this survey. Just to let you know that it was 19 towns on that survey. And
New Hampshire towns, just to clarify?
all New Hampshire, I can give them to you if you want them. But some of the police officers, standard police officers are getting $37 an hour.
How many years of experience are
Yeah,
these guys?
years of experience.
How many years are those guys getting that wage?
It doesn't say, it just gives, what it does, it says the average of what everybody's doing is going off the average. But then it'll say at a 25% matrix of 50, the highest paid. You know, it gives you a breakdown on the different lines. And there are some, Rye is in this, which is, you know, pretty nice being town. But then there's the Danvilles, the Hempsteads, all the little towns too.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all the information we have here. I think we have sufficient information to know how we feel about this number here. Can we get a motion to vote? Second. Okay, so just as a reminder, this is a number of $763,355. All in favor of that number for the police department? Aye. Aye. Is there anyone opposed to that number from the police department? We have one.
Who was that?
So the budget is all in favor. Can we get selectmen?
We agree.
Selectmen is
One abstention.
yeah, I'd imagine
One abstention. One abstention.
Okay, so we can thank you, Chief, for your time here.
Do you want to do animal control next?
Let's do animal control, and then maybe we should just break to get some food.
I'm asking for the same amount as from last year. That's gonna be 4414. Page 13 of 19, page 13 of 19.
Yep.
So,
we have it written as pest control, that's just.
yeah, so the only thing that I don't control, well, as the chief of police, it's the mosquito control for the 34,000, and I guess that's a good question. Maybe that's something that needs to be discussed, because last year we used that line quite a bit. So I don't know if the board has any.
To boost a few times.
I'm sorry?
We had to do another spray a few times.
Right, so we had mosquito issues last year, so I don't know if you want to add more money to that 34,000 or not. We did, what, 2 sprayings or 3?
We did 2 at the end of the year for the ballparks and the planes.
And the planes, right?
Now, I still got bit by mosquitoes last year, so I got a question of this.
So the
I do have a question. Why do we have to spray for mosquitoes? I mean, you go outside, you put on bug spray. Why the hell do we need to do this?
So Dragon Mosquito is hired to test pools. They have certain pools in the town they test.
Yeah.
To get the specific tests that warn of problems coming for the future from the mosquitoes. And then they will spray public places, schools, fields, those types of things where the public congregates generally. That's generally how they do it. So it's kind of a little warning thing to the public. I forgot how many pools they test. There's several in the community they test.
I don't know what answer.
And they're testing for what, viruses or something?
Yeah,
or?
West Nile virus, Triple E.
Yeah.
Generally, West Nile and Triple E is what they're testing for.
And so they're testing as well as spraying.
The larvae at the water. Okay. They're testing them at that stage. So, and so years ago, they would test for that, and also I would have to go around. I keep
plastic bags and gloves and stuff in all the cruisers, because we had birds dropping out of the sky. And then I would have to take the birds, put them in the plastic bags and bring them to Concord, and they would test for Tripoli and West Nile.
So can you just go, that's not from the spraying that they're dropping out of the sky, you're saying because of?
Yeah, because of the disease, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify.
No,
Okay.
no, it wasn't from the spraying. Although many, many years ago, when I was very young, they sprayed with, a couple times with tankers, they sprayed. They realized that years later, that's probably not a cool thing to do, so they don't do that anymore. That was many years ago. They sprayed, the government sprayed.
And you survived it.
Well, partially.
He's lighting the hair.
I don't think they would, I don't think they would agree with that.
We'll see what the future brings.
Last year you did two?
Yes, yeah. I don't know, do you have an estimate on what we paid out on that?
We've spent 33,200.
33,200 we spent.
So if we have to do three this year, increase it. Oh, we did two extra sprays along with what they normally do.
No, we did a total of 2, right?
Plus we did an extra ballparks at the end.
Right.
What's that? Yeah.
If they run low on that, they'll take it from the salary line.
And we're gonna throw it out the bid.
There you go.
We'll just send Chief out there with some DEET, just spraying them. So you're only, sorry if I'm misunderstanding, you're only responsible for the 34,000 in this?
No, that comes, the Board of Selectmen controls the mosquito control, well, they actually control everything, but the mosquito control comes under the board, under public health.
But I guess what I'm saying, you are the warden of this whole budget? This is your whole budget?
Not really, they stuck that in my budget years ago. I'm everything but that. So anything to do with, it's animal control is really what I have.
Okay.
That's the animal control shelter we have, the propane to heat it in the winter. It's for food for the dogs, it's for the animal control officer, his salary, mileage, and a telephone, and anything that may go with that. We used to, why we put $1 in the shelter license, they no longer charge us for that, but we keep $1, so if they change the law, we can add that in. But do you want to up the mosquito thing, or for the mosquito control, or is that enough money?
I don't think like it was just enough.
I don't think we need to up it, but that's gonna go out to bid anyways.
Okay.
It's contract.
So I guess I would ask for the same amount as last year.
So I just want to, again, afford the opportunity, I'm just going to read through them. Pest control, we have salaries part-time, 18,000. Field equipment, 350. Heat, 250. Mileage and meals, 700. Mosquito control, 34,000. Pet food, 100. Shelter license, $1. Supplies, 100. Telephone, 350. Uniforms, 100. Veterinarian, 300. Pest control's total ask is $54,251. It is the same ask as last year.
Move the budget 54,251.
Okay, all in favor of pest control at $54,251? Is anyone opposed to this budget?
May I ask the chief a question before he gets out of the chair?
Chief Mayhew?
Sure.
Do we have a K-9 officer?
Sure.
And do we have a K-9?
No.
No. So that.
No, we don't have a K-9
officer.
Animal control. Animal control. We have an animal control officer.
I know where the kennel is, and I was wondering, do we actually have a dog there?
No,
of our own,
no.
Or strictly for our pest control?
No, just, the shelter is just for animal control. For any, well, we hold, domestics will take the animals. If someone gets in an accident, we'll take their animal and hold it. Sometimes, which reminds me, in your budget somewhere, it's gonna be, you've got something for the SPCA. That's helpful to us, because if we have to take an animal that's long-term, we bring it to the SPCA and they don't charge me, only because the town does donate a certain amount of money to the SPCA. So every year, it's good for me. Other than that, they charge you so much per day.
So we have animal control, not a K-9.
Not a K-9. We haven't had a K-9 for many years.
Do you remember, probably 30 years ago at town meeting, Roger Mason, he stood up and talked about whether we should put up a pound, a kennel or something for the stray dogs. And Roger gets up, hell, we don't need a pound, a 10-cent bullet will take care of any of those stray dogs. Maybe probably you were too young, but anyway.
Chief, you may have been involved with the dog that was loose on my property recently, that got into the chickens. Did you hear about that?
We have a lot of those. And, well, I'm just gonna ask this now.
In a matter of like 10 minutes, killed all my
The salary,
chickens.
this hasn't
I
moved at
squared
all.
up with the owner, so it was.
Does he only get paid, the salary, does this
Hang
person
on,
only get paid?
everybody,
when
if you
they
all
show
talk at
up?
the same time, I can't take minutes.
Sorry, can't hear.
And Sean just asked something.
The salary, this salary hasn't moved in 3 years.
Yep, it's set by the Board of Selectmen.
It's set by the Board of Selectmen, okay. And there's no problem with retention on this one.
Can't go anywhere.
You'd be there forever.
When he leaves here, he's shackled. That's how this works.
Something I'm probably sure the board will review. It's a salaried position. So it's something the board reviews.
I believe now would be a good time to take a quick recess, since we got our food over here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Oh, sorry, please, Gary, please get your question out.
Oh, yeah. So, the rooster is I'll tell you what I've had to do.
Does this need to be an official question?
This
Can we
is not a
still
budget
recess?
issue.
Yeah, we will recess.
In this particular case, the rooster that was in
Back up on that, I felt like it.
that particular rooster is grandfathered. So we took a picture of the rooster that was grandfathered, because I was questioned on if they went out and got more roosters than they
criteria based on the existing employees we have, what their current benefits are, what we anticipate the future benefits to be, if we can marry, having children, we get some right statement that we're gonna budget opt out, if they do, I wouldn't think so, because you got $50,000. The main increase is, and we've done that too. I mean, some communities, somebody ought to look at benefits, see? Because I know a lot of communities and individual plan, we pay 100%. Not a lot of communities don't. And I think we think, and I think every office, whether they're individual plan, if we pay 100%, they participate. They pay 100%. We don't do it. Way back. Used to be the individual additional benefits for the employees. And the way it worked out was the town would pay 75% of the cost of family or two parties, excluding the individual. Food benefits as it came expense fund. You know, a lot of communities have shifted some of that burden because it's so expensive down to the employee. There's very few places get 100%. Insurance fund. All I'm saying to you is maybe if you do the wage survey, if you run them back to back, then you ought to take, maybe look at their benefits, and if they're only supporting the employees at 75%, maybe something. I recognize that, but I mean, town taxpayers trying to be competitive on compensation packages, you should be looking at the whole picture. Yeah, I get it. I guess just the point I'm trying to make is gonna be, that's true, is that we're not being competitive. It's not just cherry picking. Take a look at it. Does anybody in this room get 100%? I don't expect it to be there. I don't expect it to be there. I would imagine probably participate at least 20%. I would agree. Does that mean if you next week another number for retirement? I would say no. You know, there's a difference between. agree. Lisa's giving us thumbs up. The old members for planning board, so we've already voted all the members, and we have to vote a total.
Now have
No, the total.
he's dying. A lot of people, he's a fat guy. Yeah, he's a, yeah. Did anyone hear back from Brad Mackel? Because he questioned the contract service before he went. What? No, it never has been historically. I thought that those had been absorbed. Moving on, that's a second part of this more foil, see when you are.
be 21,000, I mean. It hasn't been spent.
It wasn't last year.
If the board decides that they wanna cut that line, the liaison can call and let Brad know, so he can always appear next week, tell you why that was a bad idea. And then you can put it back in.
I think that's what he does tomorrow, doesn't he?
No, there is.
You could do it tomorrow if you decide to still have the public hearing tomorrow, but based on how you're running it today, the board may decide that's not necessary and invite him in next week to address it. But I leave that up to the board. But, I mean, I'm just saying that could be done. You have another bite at the apple next week in case there's a significant reason. We don't need it. It's not one of the ones you have to meet a legal requirement for tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a, now, am I allowed to propose the amount?
Okay.
I propose an amount of 15, just to, it seems like they've expensed 13, and, sorry, Cindy, did you say it was 14 this year, or 1 this year? Oh, okay. So, even 14, propose a new number of $14,000 for contract services.
You're supposed to get back, but
I thought there was supposed to be, now if I'm thinking correctly, there was a time where it was questionable what was going to be the succession in cemeteries, but we found it, and this number was there because of a potential succession issue.
yeah, I thought you said fall cleanup bills weren't in yet, or whatever is what he said.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
That's what I thought he said at the time, but we expended 12. I mean, I wouldn't cut it to 4, I would say at least 16,000, and let's see, but I thought. In fact, I'll make that motion to put it 16,000.
Can you do so?
He's on your committee.
Then in that case, he makes the motion, so someone needs to second it. If they want to, right? Sean wants to second
it. It stays at 21,000.
Yeah. I didn't coerce you. You out of your own free accord second that, right? Yeah. Okay. So, we have a motion to cut that to 16,000.
16,000.
16. All who are in favor of cutting contracted services to 16,000. Is anyone opposed to that? Does anyone abstain? I agree. We are unanimous. The ayes have it. We're going to cut contracted services to 16,000. Does someone have a final number right now?
31,525.
Not be a no vote on our part.
What's that?
I'm a no vote.
On cutting the contracted services.
No vote or abstain?
No. I think there's too many things that we don't know about what happened last year to cut it. There was a time they didn't have anybody cut it because the guy quit before they replaced him. You have dry years, it's less mowing, but it's cut per mowing session. You know, to see it per mowing. There's just a lot of things that could vary from it.
So you argue the variability of it could lead it to be that number. But your argument's still important.
And Brad's got the right to come back next week and say,
Correct.
this is why I didn't do it, I tried to call him, no answer.
And if he convinces us, then you know, yeah, then it's gonna go back to 21. So the selectmen are 3 versus 1 there?
I think he's up in Burlington.
I'm in favor of it.
Don? Cut it? Keep it?
No,
Go ahead and cut it.
That's great.
See how much easier it, hey, see how much easier it is the other way?
Yes, I'm in favor of what they're saying,
And I'm saying no.
I'm saying yes.
I'm saying got it.
You're saying cut it?
Yeah.
I hope so.
And he's saying aye, and I'm saying approve. Yeah, imagine. If Kevin said no after all that, I would've been a little annoyed. Okay.
We agree.
So everything else is, there was,
Move the cemetery budget at 31,525.
okay, we are gonna, vote to approve, sorry, what number did you say?
31,525.
535 or 525?
525.
25. Okay, so 31,525. You motioned, who seconded? Seconded. We are gonna have a vote now to approve cemeteries at 31,525. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Do we have any abstain? We are unanimous.
Agree.
Do we agree, or is it 3-1?
Agree. 3 to 1.
We
Are
agree,
we
3 to
keeping
1.
track of the account? Okay.
Only if there's something like this.
Okay.
The last time that line exceeded 16,000 was 2014.
Yeah, but salaries these days are really going up.
2014.
It's hard to get people to work, but.
Okay, we have done police, we have done fire. We are gonna.
Insurance.
Who's forest?
Do you wanna do insurance while you're?
That comes under grant.
It used to be segregated, but last year it was combined into the fire department budget. So it's no longer segregated.
Someone say do insurance, did I miss something?
Yeah, you have to do insurance and regional dues and.
Oh. Yeah, those ones. Okay, so we are gonna do insurance now. We have liability at 58,518. We have deductible at 4,000. Insurance is a total of 62,518. That's a 7% increase over last year. What does insurance encompass?
That's property and liability, and then the deductible is if there's an accident and we have to pay the deductible, which is 1,000.
This is public properties,
Right.
owned by the town, okay.
And liability.
And again, this is something that, do we ever seek a contract on, or?
I tried to get, yeah, we've been using, one of the largest providers of municipal insurance, tried to get pricing from other organizations, and
Forget about it.
They're not interested in giving a quote.
they don't wanna quote property and liability, we were looking at workers' comp, they don't wanna quote workers' comp without property and liability, and because of the contract that we were in with Primex, we signed a cap agreement that lasts for a certain number of years, so that we know that our premium will not exceed a certain percentage. So we were in a contract under one of the policies, and then, so we couldn't get someone to bid unless they do both.
Right, okay.
So that is planned to happen in a couple of years.
Okay.
That we'll put it out to, commercial insurers to see what happens, but I have done that in the past too, and I couldn't beat it.
Okay.
But you never know.
I mean, when you put it on, you could raise the deductible to like 10, that's not big.
Yeah, but I don't know how much effect that would have on the premium. But
Okay.
that's a possibility too.
We have a motion regarding insurance. So that is
62,518.
is moved by Charles Hart, seconded by Sean. We're gonna vote on insurance at 62,518. All in favor? Opposed or abstained? 0. Unanimous in favor of insurance. Agree. Regional Association dues. That is just $6,244, and who do these dues paid?
That's the Rockingham Planning Commission. That's for us to belong to them. It's just a per capita cost per resident.
And didn't we used to get Glenn through them?
We did. We used to pay them for the salary and that, but now Glenn is private contract and we pay him separately. This is to be part of that Rockingham Planning Commission, which we just entered in a co-op by with the electricity. They help us all the time with anything highway studies. There's a lot of different things they do.
It's basically a shared cost scenario that creates that. Okay.
I think it's a buck a resident.
That's exactly what it is. It's per bucket. That's what it is. It's $1 per capita.
Population, 6,244. So that population is growing at 2%.
There you go.
All right. Do you have a motion on that? Motion is Regional Association dues at $6,244. Any extensions, suggestions, or whatever? We are unanimous, in favor of Regional Association. Other general government. Cable channel salary, $4,000. Other general government, $7,000. Gasoline, $67,000. Physical, $2,000. Other general government total is $143,000. It has gone down 1% since last year. The decrease is based on it.
Contingency fund, what we call it. Yeah. Other government.
Not called the slush. It's not called the slush fund. These are all now called the other government.
We enter into a contract for a period of time. So we buy bulk from the state, we use the state pump. So because everybody uses the state pumps, the price goes down, they're buying bulk. Right. So even if the price, I mean, you cut it because even if the price went up, it's still a contingency.
The price can fluctuate.
It does, but not terrible right now.
Right, I mean, we're paying less, well, we had to get rid of our pumps, that's why.
And this is for like police, fire,
everybody. We all go to the pumps up on Mill Road, at the state shed. We all have a card. And every month they send us an update on who's done what, who's built what, how many gallons.
So we get the state's contracted pricing for fuel.
It looks like in 18 it was 57,000, and then this year it's 55,000. It's 7,000
go, we're moving that number to 60?
It's, you would need.
Someone make a motion. Are you making a motion to do that?
Motion, reduce it to 60.
I'll second that. So we are gonna have a vote, whether to approve a less number, 7,000 less, to a total of 60,000 for gasoline. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Does anyone abstain?
I got a question. We're gonna cut the gas, but have you talked to all those departments that use it?
That's what it showed.
But my question is, we've been paying for the last year $2.50 to $2.70. Did everyone forget just a year ago or 2 years ago it was $4.50? That's a fluid number that could adjust.
Well, just bombed out around.
They tie in for a certain period of time, they contract with.
I don't think it's a year though.
What is it, 4 months or 6 months?
I don't know.
It's quite a while. I mean, even if it did go up, you still have a contingency. I'm just going by the actual 57,000, 2018, 55,000, 2019, so.
Rich,
It's still,
you're fine with it?
I say cut it.
Oh, well, no, I'm fine with the cut.
Sorry, I don't know if we have a vote from you.
Yeah.
You approve? Okay.
One thing that would be helpful with that number.
We agree.
We are unanimous.
If they could stop keeping track of the money and keep track of the number of gallons, then you could have it's challenging to, I'm sure it's accounted for somewhere, how many gallons.
Monthly they send it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have that number if we had to put our figures on it.
Very simple math to project and figure out, because like you said, it's a fluid number, it's constantly changing.
I'm sorry, I got an answer from Brad.
Oh, you do have an answer on Brad.
Once you finish this.
So we have finished the vote, and I believe the selectmen have voted on it as well.
Brad said Millstream contracting services and contracting services is one thing. 21,000. Then they changed it, separated them, and they never changed the 21,000 to deduct the Millstream from it. So he said going to 16 was fine. Because you take the 16 and the.
How fortuitous.
You take the 16 and the 39, you're almost done.
Still ridiculous.
There.
Okay.
I'll change my 3 to 1 to 4-0.
Your vote stands.
You will go down in history as the abstain.
But he just explained why it happened, that's clear.
And you know what, he might have
I really
explained
can't do that because the vote already happened, but that's all right, whatever. That's pretty.
I don't know, I moved it.
Yes, moving on.
We're voting
Yeah,
on
we're not.
136, right?
So we got it down to 60,000 on the gas is what we have voted. So we are lessing 7,000 from the 143 number, which means we're now at 136, right? Or am I at 136? Okay. We have a motion on the 136. Sean, seconded by Charles, and we are 136, 136,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Did we get an aye from you, Rick? Rick, did we get an aye from you? I just didn't hear it. Okay, we are unanimous. Great.
If you're on page 10,
Okay, we have done police, so we are moving past that. We're moving past fire. So forest fires is no longer an active budget. Okay. We are now at town inspectors. Okay, salaries part-time, $34,800, books $2,000, dues $200, environmental inspector $1, forms and envelopes $150, mileage and meals $2,000, seminars and training $200, supplies $300, telephone $1,900. We have a total of $41,551, increase of 6%. So the increase is looks like the salaries part-time is where we're getting the bulk of that. as well as telephone.
Telephone.
Is increasing.
The telephone is the new cell phone, is that what that?
I think, yeah, it's new inspectors,
And who represents town inspectors?
it's selectmen.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that, I mean, the salaries are there, but this is again, people pay for permits, so
Yeah.
income is coming in on this particular department.
Offsetting
Page
revenue.
10, I'm sorry.
Offsetting revenues. Okay.
10.
What's at the books? Why do we have $400 more for books?
The cost of them goes up every year. Certified.
All the buildings code changed, I think
So you just have to.
2015, the energy codes just came into effect, so they will need to have training on this, if not already.
Those seminars and training hasn't gone up. Is that something they all accounted for?
They haven't mentioned anything about needing new training.
Well, we spoke to one of the employees about doing it more.
Yeah, that's what it was. We felt for everything that's happening on the health end of it, just to be, so they can go to seminars, that we can make sure that the health officer is properly trained.
Okay, is 200 a reasonable amount?
Oh, that's right, it's right, different one. This is just for them, if they wanna go to a class to get a certification or something.
Okay.
I mean, the plumber and electrical inspector are licensed regardless, on their own. Because
Yeah.
they both do it for a living.
Okay, yeah, I would say we won't subsidize the act of them.
Not their license, but if
Yeah,
they
that's what I
wanna, I mean,
they have to probably keep up the training to keep up their license, so. It's really just the building inspector.
There has been discussion at the inspectors' meetings that in order to start to keep the inspectors and the town up to date on actions that the inspectors have taken, so there's sort of a paper trail. You probably don't know this yet because the person in the meeting isn't here, but there has been a discussion that it might be beneficial rather than keep having forms and papers and everything else for the inspectors to get tablets, to be able to put all this information in, to then get it to the assessor's office and things of that nature. This just recently came up. The person that it came up to isn't here, so I'm just bringing it up because if that's something the selectmen actually think might be beneficial, you might want to add the cost of tablets in for the inspectors. You can do it next week. I'm just putting it out there so you can talk to Phil and find out what he may or may not have planned.
we don't have anything in front of us, so I wouldn't wanna go guessing.
We use the salary line for that.
Yeah, there you go.
Going back to books, $1,345 was for NFPA rules, and $570 was for the building codes.
Okay, so it's.
So we expended $2,029 for the year.
Okay. So that's a reasonable ask for 2,000. You don't feel like you need the 2,050 or anything?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we don't bother cutting it that close.
I don't know.
I was wondering why the telephone line went up.
New inspector, it wasn't using, they have the right to get their own phone, the town to provide them a phone, and before in the past, certain inspectors didn't want that, and now that's what the extra cost is for the phones.
Motion to vote on this. 41,551.
We are gonna vote on $41,551 for town inspectors. All who approve?
Excuse me.
Do we have any opposed or abstaining? We are unanimous.
Great.
We did emergency management, we did highway.
Street lighting?
4316. 4316, street lighting, $33,000.
Move the street lighting.
I just wanna have a quick discussion. So street lighting, that is just is that along 125 or
Nothing to do with 125, every other road but state highways.
No, we don't pay.
There's some on
I thought we paid
125.
Are there?
highways.
Okay.
We paid for some of them.
I'm in the process though of getting a price from Affinity to change them all out, and there would be no increase at all. It would be a program through Unitil at 0% financing.
Do LED?
What? LED, yes.
And you talked to Affinity?
Yeah. Affinity would change them out, and Unitil will offset the cost at 0%. They would work within the budget line. They'd fund it over 5 years to do the conversion.
We have some with co-op, with some with, I believe, with Source, and we have some. Unitil's got the most, but the other two are.
I think all the street lighting is through Unitil,
Okay, all right.
I believe.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
No, we got,
there's one.
we've got one or two under the co-op. Okay.
I think the company would swap it out, I think, you know.
I think they probably do the whole thing, Affinity would.
They're in the process of working with Unitil to get it, they already just got the inventory, and now they're in the process of figuring out the work involved.
We can look forward to that going.
Yeah.
Is that like a 6-month horizon on that, or?
I don't know what the timeline would be, but they said they wouldn't be any cost to us.
Okay.
Except that there's gonna be a savings on the other end.
Correct.
It's a savings cost.
Yeah.
The co-op, our typical bill a month is $92. And Unitil's is like 2,500.
Great.
Okay, so street lighting. Do we have a motion? I can't make it.
So let me ask you this, Kevin, if I may. So the idea is, we still need to put the 33 in theory in for this coming year, because that's gonna take place sometime during the year.
Correct.
And then the savings would be like kind of after, obviously it's not gonna happen before that.
Correct.
So this may obviously not get, hopefully it won't get anywhere near expended this amount of money.
I can't, if I heard you correctly, you're asking, what they would do is, the cost our cost is gonna have to go up, it's at 33,000, but over the next 5 years, Unitil's gonna basically pay their fee, pay this company's fee. I haven't got the proposal yet, they're in the process of making it. But they would this one company would come out, change out Unitil's lights, put brand new LED lights, and Unitil is financing that cost based on the fact that, you know, we would have been paying the maintenance anyway, the cost of the electricity. So in the coming years, it's gonna teeter off from 33 to whatever the actual cost will be, but Unitil's gonna slide that scale.
They haven't done a projection yet as to what that will actually be, they haven't projected out.
No.
And they just take their slice as it
As it
gets
goes,
smaller.
correct.
Okay.
So we may not spend all this money this year, actually, but we might.
Probably this year we will, but absolutely next year, no.
Got it. So I'm not allowed to make the motion.
I make a motion, leave it.
So we are gonna make a, vote here to approve street lighting at $33,000. All who are in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? We are unanimous on street lighting. We are gonna move to other highway, streets, and bridges. Class 4 road or Class 5, sorry, road maintenance. Jeez, Roman numerals, okay. Class 6 road maintenance, 6,000. Highway block grant, $177,440, for a total of $183,440, 1% increase. The highway block grant, I do not remember the full use of those funds, the highway block grant.
That's what the state gives us, that's what they give us the figure, what they're gonna give us, so we have to include it on our budget.
It's for repay, they get repaid.
So that's not an expense, that's a,
No, but we know we're getting that, we are gonna be spending it, so.
So okay, I get it, so this is spending it, but it's a revenue reimbursed expense, okay.
Right.
Right. It's not actually reimbursed, they give us the money, the state, every year.
So essentially, they have to put it on there because they know they're gonna spend the money, but we're gonna get the money.
It's gross budgeting, you have to.
Doesn't raise taxes.
You just wanna show where all the money's going, because even though we aren't spending that money as taxpayers, like, we're not, you know, we're not funding that money from our base, or at least from our real estate taxes, we're still spending that money, and so we wanna show that we're spending it. Yeah, it's kinda funky, but it's, yeah. Right, yes. So do we have a motion on other highways, streets, and bridges?
I move we go 183, 440 for other highway, streets, and bridges. Second thought.
Okay, all in favor of $183,440 for other highways, streets, and bridges? Aye. We are unanimous.
Great.
Sanitation. Okay, we have bulky goods pickup, $100. Hazardous waste collection, $6,000. Hazardous waste removal, $1. Residential pickup, $362,857. Solid waste disposal, $159,660. This is a 2% increase.
How in the name of God can you do a bulky pickup for $100?
I also don't understand that one yet.
I believe that's just in case we have to dispose of something that someone gets, if someone dumps something on the side of the road, we're responsible for it. So it gives us a way to take it.
Which we do spend, because they just did a recent cleanup on the forest areas and got some bulk things.
Yeah, they do it on Green Road and Frontage Road. They dump stuff there all the time. You know that.
Is this, like when I did once, I cleaned up one of the paths with my trailer. Is this where, like, we reimburse if someone had to go to the dump to dump it? Is that what this fund is?
Not necessarily that way, no. This is if, you know, all of a sudden a washing machine showed up in the middle of, Main Street, and Rich had to go and get rid of it. This allows him a lines where you can go and get rid of it.
Scrap metal, but he gets.
We can do that for free now, just at New Boston.
And they're doing pretty well down there. We get a lot of stuff delivered. Worked out pretty well.
What has worked out well?
John's Truck and Auto.
Oh, I saw the sign out there.
Yeah, they put a big roll-off, or not a roll-off, but a dumpster out there. People are using it on a regular basis. White goods, batteries.
A lot of stuff there they shouldn't.
Yeah, he said he gets a whole bunch of stuff, but he takes care of it for us. Where is that? On, Science Road, on John Truck and Auto.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, so we agreed to take, it started, I was down there seeing that they did a lot of stuff dumped on the other side of the road. So, worked with him, brought it into the board, he's, donating his time and services, letting him dump it there, then he recycles it.
What does he take?
Takes batteries, tires, white goods. So he gets quite a bit of, so it's helped, he gets quite a bit dumped there.
I was gonna say, I never
It's on
knew.
cable.
No, I know.
It's on the cable.
It's on the cable. It's on the text.
It is?
Yeah, I worked with him, I've been working with him about a year to have that happen.
Make sure we get it on the Facebook.
Went to the planning board with it.
It's on Facebook, I think.
We had to
I'm
get
pretty
the
sure you
planning
put it
board.
out there.
So,
Somebody put it out there.
to
but
help
it's-
prevent some stuff to get dumped on the side of the road
It's on
in
the
their
text.
woods.
It's on cable.
Yeah.
You can make a motion. Usually you can leave.
So
No,
what he
that's
does is
bullshit.
he gets the
That's
scrap
wrong.
cost.
People say that all the time.
So like batteries, tires,
Usually
a
you let
little
you
bit of
do
value
it.
to them. And white goods, there's a little value, so that helps offset some of his expenses. So, works good. It's a place, a way to go to.
So, the residential pickup, I just wanna make sure I get selected here. I have a question about residential pickup. We, hello?
Question on
Residential pickup. Have we looked at our other options here? I know that there was a question of whether they were gonna go up for our costs on recycling and whether
We have a contract that's 5 years, it's good till, 2022.
2022.
So, yeah, they've threatened us and sent us nasty letters, but we have a contract, and we're abiding by the terms of our contract.
When that time comes. Beautiful. When that time comes, I hope that there's many people still here that are, you know, privy to the information, that if it's more costly to send a recycle truck, because right now, what's happening, a lot of people don't even know this, but the recycle truck does show up, it takes the recycle, it takes it up to the dump, and they dump it. Nobody's recycling anything. You spend all the time you want putting whatever you want in that recycle bin, and it all goes to the dump, and it's all landfill. That's what's happening.
Waste management, that's two sides really down there.
Yeah.
They're recycling the waste.
And that's because a lot of them won't go to China or wherever.
That's right.
But the difference is, we're not paying for whatever people put in that.
That's fine, Ken, that's good, but what I'm saying is, when the time comes, when they realize it's not economical to send 2 CDL drivers that are hazmat endorsement, I guess is they have to be hazmat endorsement, they're costly, to your house to pick up your trash, and to every single other house to pick up the trash, there's no sense in sending 2 trucks to simply go to the same site. Unless there's a tippage fee that they get some discount because we send some plastic or some other petroleum product that maybe is worth burning or something. I don't know, maybe they can do something with it or recycle it. But it's just, I just hope that people are aware about this when the time does come.
If we had to go out to bid right now, the bid would be more money than we're paying right now, put it that way.
That's fine, but later on, when the time comes, if it's not worth doing it, I don't care what a social perception is to see a green truck show up at their house. If it's all going to the same place, it's gonna burn more oil getting another truck there. I do hope that this is something people keep in the back of their minds, because I might not be around when the time comes.
He did tell us that there were some sites that were accepting some, meaning.
We haven't been notified that they're not recycling the materials. As a
Well, they're
matter of,
not, just so you know.
how do you know that?
The guy from Waste Management who picks up the trash at the end of my driveway told me he's bringing it to the exact same spot. This is Rochester's the same dump. They dump everything in the same site. There's not one's a trash truck, one's a green truck. They're all just dumping in the same pile. There is no segregation going on. I asked that question too. I said,
John, we discussed this ad nauseam.
I know.
And we know that it does not set well that we're not recycling. However,
that's fine.
With the current contract, and then we'll negotiate another one. When contract comes around again, we probably will be paying tippage to the stuff that we would normally getting recycled. And if they're recycling any of it, it's better than none of it.
The other issue is this, right now, paper and glass have no value. Crush it and use it as aggregates for roads and things of that nature. Plastic and aluminum and metal have some value, and they may at the next contract say, we're not gonna do single stream, we're gonna just take, aluminum, metal, and plastic, and we're not gonna take any more paper and glass. So, those will all have to be, obviously, it's gotta be win-win.
This is a very respectable conversation. I don't think it plays any role in what we have in front of us right now. We all want everything to be. The total is $528,618, an increase of 2%. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Do we have any abstentions or opposed? All in favor, unanimous. Great. Okay, Health Department. No, this isn't, okay. Salaries part-time, 15,600, books, 25, dues, 100, mileage and meals, 600, seminars and training, 200, supplies, 100, water analysis, 12,000, water cooler rentals, 8,000. This is a total of 36,625. Unfortunately, I believe this is something that Rich speaks on, is it not?
Yep.
I believe the water rental.
Well, Rich, we've kind of taken that away from Rich now.
You have, okay.
So the maintenance units, it's for the PFOA systems that have been put in per the state. And they're claiming that we're obligated to maintain those units. And the water cooler rentals, they're not actually water coolers. They changed the standards, and when they did that, from 70 parts per trillion down to, I think, now there's like 4 different chemicals that they're basing it on, but they're substantially lower. I think the lowest one was like down around 11 parts per trillion. When they did that, it added an additional 16 homes. There has been, since then, there has been a injunction placed on the state granting relief, but when that happened, we started delivering water to those 16 homes. We deliver it in gallons, because of the drop in the parameters. Now they've got to stay on that, but we're continuing to deliver that water to the home. We haven't done anything as far as putting treatment system in those homes, because we're waiting to see what happens with this new, with the injunction, and what happens with the new parameters.
And the one word that you said the state's claiming that you need to maintain those. Does that mean there's some kind of question of whether?
Well, we're not accepting liability at this point, where, I mean, we're undertaking, they're basically saying the fire department has contaminated these wells. We don't have any substantial proof showing that.
So you're being proactive.
So we're not willing to accept that liability. We are taking care of these issues right now, but when the town's not willing to commit to say that, yeah, the fire department contaminated that whole road, and whatever comes of that, it's gonna be our responsibility. We haven't taken that position.
Okay. And it is ongoing, if you would say, investigation of whether it is the true, claim that the fire department did contaminate those?
Well, what's ongoing is monitoring the wells and to seeing, what changes there are. It's a nationwide problem.
Right.
This PFOAs, we've got wells in town that aren't in any proximity to the fire department that PFOAs are showing up in. Basically, there can be a number of ways that contamination occurs. They've even talked about testing people's wells to see if they contain artificial sweetener and caffeine, because if they did, that would be an indication that that well was contaminated from a subsurface disposal system, a septic system, because all that stuff goes down the drain. And if you got that stuff in your wells, and you got PFOAs, maybe it was introduced through the septic system, because, it's in so many different products. If somebody took Resolve carpet cleaner, cleaned the carpets in their house, what do you do with the wastewater? They either dump it in the backyard, or it goes down the toilet, which goes out into the leach system and leaches into the ground. So it's a huge nationwide issue, and town is not gonna take full responsibility and say it's totally attributed to the fire department, which is, the reason they're saying that is because of the foam, firefighting foam used to have PFOAs in it, and they're saying, any fire department, that use that is responsible. Right. And we're not willing to accept that responsibility at this time.
New Hampshire came up with the strictest guidelines in the world, not in the United States, but in the world, on what was accepted. And that's why there's an injunction. There's an injunction because they said that they did it without the proper process.
Yeah, the legislature just voted that they don't have any scientific data to support that lower level. The legislature voted to have DES come up with a standard, so they set a standard that was, it isn't strictest in the states, and so, and most states haven't done it, and the feds aren't gonna do it, because PFAs are in a huge number of products, like you said.
Yeah, it's gonna probably end up to like the MBTEs,
Yes.
where all the chemical companies that manufactured it are gonna get sued, and
Right, and matter of fact, the fire department actually came before this commission I'm on, this drinking water, groundwater, trust fund commission that they had to put on, and they did not get the money, and it wasn't a great application, and they probably should have got some money from it, frankly, or maybe they'll reapply, but, so, and I've had mine tested, I'll be happy to give you guys the result. Mine came 0, obviously, below the 2.5, so yeah.
So, okay, so what, we're doing this, these two line items, we kind of need to do them, it's not like.
absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanna totally clarify, we need to do these things, so there's no adjustment to be made on the 67% increase on this, because
At some point, is this line item just gonna stay here forever, that we just pay for somebody's water supply forever?
Is that something what?
Is that something we just pay for somebody's water supply forever, because they bought a house that may have been contaminated by the fire department? How long will this stay here, and what's the point?
Well,
It get much worse for one.
some of the systems that are in now,
Yeah.
it's a carbon treatment filter,
Yep.
and they test it, pre-filter and post-filter.
Okay.
Okay, and we have been noticing that I think 1 or 2 of them, that the contamination levels have dropped down.
Okay.
So by treating that water, so to speak, by running it through the carbon filters as it's being consumed, and not reintroducing it back into the groundwater through the septic system,
Yeah.
because it's being captured in there, it's indicating that those couple of systems at least are like cleansing themselves. But depending on,
right?
what's that?
Or at least diluting, right?
Yeah, yeah, and the hope is to get it down below, what's deemed to be an acceptable level. Where it's gonna end up, we don't know. We look at this as, relatively short-term, because naturally, we're not gonna, this isn't something we're gonna wanna do forever, okay? And, that could, you know, what are our options? Well, it's gonna be who's funding it, okay? It may, nationwide, if it's bad enough, it's gonna promote, city water systems, okay? It may in fact be cheaper to do that than to put a, you know, treatment system in everybody's house, and the maintenance that goes along with that. We don't know where it's gonna end up, but if you get pockets.
We could end up with a community well and running the water to people's houses.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying a system, public
like a
water
municipal
supply
system.
system.
Part of those.
So, you know, that's a possibility down the road, we don't know yet. But we're looking at this as short-term, because you're not gonna wanna be doing this forever, absolutely.
Second, Rick. I would like you to just remake the motion. Okay, a motion to accept, the sanitation, is seconded by Sean. Total we have here is $36,625. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Do we have any abstentions or opposed? We are unanimous on the board. Looks like the selectmen,
Oh, you're saying that percentage is kicking out.
That's right, yeah. No, right here.
The calculations we have
Who
is.
made the motion and seconded it? I couldn't hear
Sorry.
anything. Thank you.
We have done pest control.
We agree.
Dawn, you abstained, right?
He's abstaining.
Yeah, 3-1 with Chief Briggs abstaining.
Doesn't wanna take responsibility for the cleaning of the buckets.
No,
Dad did.
Yeah.
no problem.
Do you take the notes on human services too, or should I?
No problem.
All right, we are gonna introduce Human Services Department. We actually have Ellen with us here. Salaries, part-time, 14,621. Temporary salaries, part-time is just 0?
I think that's just all moved into one line.
Okay, okay, got it.
Just haven't separated out, so that's fine.
Got it, so books, 32, boxes, 200, dues, 30, mileage, 100, seminars and training, 150, total of 15,133, 4% increase. What do we have for questions for Ellen?
I'll move the 15,133. Second.
Okay, let's have a vote to approve. You're aye as well. I will be aye as well. We have a unanimous approval. Ellen, thanks for the answers to all those questions we had for you.
I agree, anytime.
We all set with that?
I don't know, let's look at the salary.
We agree.
It might be low, maybe you should
Will
check
you,
that
will
out.
you continue your
do
employment
you-
for that amount of
It
money?
just depends if you guys talk for next
On
week.
the record, will you accept that dollar amount?
I don't do no records.
Do we have a?
She wants to do a survey.
Proposal for
I'm
you?
just saying, I haven't heard anything, so we'll have to talk about that this week.
General assistance.
We're just gonna send out signed checks, fill in what you think's appropriate.
All in favor?
Aye. Whatever you think.
What a great proposal you just made.
I think that's fair.
The honor system.
I
Right.
think that's fair.
Whatever you need that week.
And there was no question, there were questions and we discussed very deeply.
Yeah.
And everybody was happy with what was.
I found, in the past, my dealings with her budgets, they're pretty thorough, so I feel pretty comfortable with that as well. And I read the notes. General assistance, electric, 2,500, gasoline, 500, heat, 3,000, medical, 2,500, miscellaneous, 0, mortgage, 9,000, rent, 10,000, telephone, 200. That is a general assistance total for 27,700, 0% increase.
Move the general assistance.
All in favor of general assistance?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous from us, Ellen.
Well, that really paid off on the note taking, huh?
We agree.
We agree.
We agree.
As long as you're doing the minutes.
Okay.
So we are gonna chug on along to, lost my place here.
What?
Social services agencies, American Red Cross, 1,000, CASA, 0, are these potentially incoming? Why are these?
Well, they should have been incoming by now. The board at the last meeting that you were not at asked if, I volunteered to call Lamprey, and I spoke with Chief Briggs about trying to contact someone from CASA and Drugs Are Dangerous. I got a call from Drugs Are Dangerous, because Don got in touch with somebody. They called me and I told them they had to write a letter of their request to the budget committee and appear here today.
They had that same issue last year, if
So,
you
but I
remember.
spoke with the person. However, on Lamprey, I called one Lamprey agency, they referred me to, another one. I called, left a message, told them that they had to write a letter for today, be here today, and they could call me, and I left my number if they had any questions, and I never heard back from them. So, everybody knew that, Drugs Are Dangerous actually called me, and I told them, because they went, do I need to tell you? And I'm like, no, you need to write a letter, send it to the Board of Selectmen's office for the budget committee, and you'd have to be here today.
There was one.
They seemed like,
No, he's a milfoil abatement, I know him. Okay.
so I'm not sure why you don't have a letter, because she seemed to be indicating that she had every intention of writing a letter right away to get
Where
it,
would this letter have been sent?
Board of Selectmen's office,
Okay.
with attention to,
Have you checked your mail slot downstairs?
attention to the budget committee, so.
I didn't know I had a mail slot. to be honest with you.
Which was that?
Thank you, Cindy.
That was for, drugs are dangerous.
I get the letter, I get a letter from them, and,
Yeah.
they did justify it to some degree. I have a question for the chief, though. I mean, I think obviously with the drug epidemics we're having, it's important. At the same time, I'm not so sure like the money they spend like over at Kingston for the fun fest is much worth it, because I don't think it really does anything giving out the hot dogs and the fun that day. Drug program. So, what do you think, chief, as far as? I mean, I certainly, it's important, but I'd rather the money not spent on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where most of the money goes, just what you showed there. I mean, some of the real important ones to fund here, obviously Seacoast Mental Health, we use them on a daily basis. And because, substance abuse problem comes mental health issues, they go hand in hand. So, I would say, that's an important one. I know, like Vic Gary, we see them all the time, Meals on Wheels, those people do a fantastic job. Lamprey Health, we have a lot of people that are less than fortunate to be able to do certain things if they use Lamprey. CASA, yeah, CASA is very important. Those are some of the SBCA we use on a regular basis. Some of the other ones I don't deal with, so I can't tell you exactly how many services.
They merged. There was Safe House and they merged. They two companies.
Kevin had something.
Drugs Are Dangerous did send you a letter that was received in the finance office on December 20th requesting, let's see, I'm trying to say, requesting their budget. I'm trying to get a dollar amount here. I think Cindy just went and grabbed it.
Chief, you've worked close with them, right? You indicated to me last year that you felt they're pretty effective program for us to have.
They're asking for $3,500. So we did get a letter that was received. It was stamped by the Kingston Finance Office on December 20th.
Anything from Lamprey? Because they never called me back.
Excellent. Wow. No one thinks I'm happy, is it?
No.
Chief, I don't know, I would ask you, when we met as a budget committee, we talked, and, they didn't put it in. The CASA I wasn't familiar with. If we use them, I know they do, their child advocacy services, 800 really isn't gonna change the budget, but it would hurt them if they didn't get it. But I don't go soliciting from people, so I don't know what you have for CASA, but.
Yeah, well, we work with them through the courts, whether it be a CHIN's delinquency or they're a victim of crime. So we deal with them on a regular basis. I don't know whether, I think they're funded right through the state.
I think the other issue is, with me, is that these particular three of them have been getting funding for years through the town, and there's a procedure that they have to do, and at least the two out of the three now have neglected to do it. So unfortunately, I just arbitrarily fund them because they've done it in the past, and they've been called and notified, and they still haven't recommended any money. So I would not be in favor of the CASA and the Lamprey Health unless they show up again, next week. But why would we give them money if they didn't follow a procedure that they've done for years and been called on? So
I don't particularly send anyone to Lamprey. I'm not sure. I know that Lamprey has services that people can utilize. Them whether we fund them or not. But I mean, we gave them the opportunity to call so we could give them the information or whatever, but they never called me back. Lamprey does use
I think let them
they do some senior
get through the dads and then let the others come. I don't know.
Well, if you don't fund them this year, they can come back next year and realize that they got a drop and maybe they ought to fit something. Maybe it's a teachable moment, I don't know,
Well,
or a phone call works, right?
If I can, part of your budget process for social services is that in order to fund an outside agency, there has to be a quid pro quo. And if they're not gonna come in and tell you what that is, then how do you fund them?
That was my issue last year with drugs are dangerous, actually, which is, I also don't know, like Lamprey Healthcare, I don't know what they provide us, I guess.
I'll be happy to make the motion for 26.9 over there.
Hold up, I think we should discuss, we did find the letter from Drugs Are Dangerous, which is $3,500, and that was sent in on time, in fairness. Oh, I'm sorry, so you don't agree with the value of them?
They spend a lot of the money that we give them on a big party over it's a huge undertaking for them to do that, and it's a party on a Sunday, and everybody just gets together and has, you know, hot dogs and drinks and goes swimming and all that stuff, but I'm really not sure how effective it is as far as keeping kids off drugs in Kingston, and that's where I think the money should be spent. You know, I know they do some stuff in schools. They used to have it used to be that was the DARE program, I was thinking, not that drugs are dangerous, but that was a big deal with the police officers going into schools. I don't know if they still do that stuff, but, you know, talking about drugs and so on and so forth. But I'm just not so sure we're getting a lot of value for it, but that's just me.
What you could do, you could invite them in to give an explanation.
Okay, so but if you totally want to make that motion, you still can. I'm not questioning that motion. I just wanted to make sure you had all the info.
Well, I'll make the motion. I'll stand with the motion. Then if we want to look at it next week after, if they come in next week and they actually can make a case for it, I guess that we could reconsider that.
Someone who's getting in touch with these people to let them know, because now they think they did what they were supposed to do by sending a letter, and they haven't.
I would agree with what Rick said. Drugs at least sent us something. So let them come in, call them and say, if you want the money, come in and justify it. The other two didn't send us anything, didn't contact us. I would forget about those two. The only one that did do something was Drugs Are Dangerous. So let them come in. I wouldn't put the money in. I'd go with his motion that was the 26,908, but at least afford them the opportunity to come in and say, hey, we got your letter late, but we didn't fund it. If you want to come and sell it to the committee.
So are you seconding?
Like Chief knows that nutrition meals on wheels, coach mental health.
Okay.
I mean, some of us are aware of they're actually helping people here in town.
I'm familiar with your reasoning. I see where you're coming from. Are you seconding his motion?
Yeah, I'll second his motion.
Well, would you be seconding it to be at the 26,908, or would
correct, at the 26,908 with the stipulation, we just call Drugs at Dad because they at least sent the letter. So we have at least, I think, owe them a phone call to say.
They have to come in next week.
Right.
So all in favor of the 26,908?
Aye.
Aye. Is anyone opposed? Does anyone abstain? We are unanimous on that.
You with it?
I'm with the 26,908.
Okay, we agree.
And the only reason I really do agree with your stance is that was the same people last year who didn't get their stuff in on time, and it's like, you almost question their dedication at some point, and I would like them to come in and say, if they really are truly still dedicated, tell us why.
And if I can.
The cream's expensive.
As the welfare person.
The cream's expensive.
As a welfare person, normally Lamprey Healthcare.
What they do over there, the cans of whipped cream.
Oh, I forgot that.
Can we give Ellen the?
Just as the welfare person, normally, I volunteered to call Lamprey Healthcare because I wanted them to be funded. Normally, we use them. But at some point, you have to just think, yes, you don't need our money. And if they need it, they'll come let us know.
Yeah. We are not soliciting empty checks, as Mr. Heights had said.
So they ain't able to
I
solicit.
think we should add it to my budget.
You don't know.
Speaking of, I think I have.
Father's Day.
Okay, so we're gonna do Parks and Recreation now. Salaries, coordinator part-time, 8,000. Salaries, part-time, zeroed out. Christmas, 500. Computer, zeroed out. Dues, 40. Easter, 600. Equipment supplies, zeroed out. Fireworks, 5,000. Halloween, 500. Kingston Days Entertainment, 900. Mileage and meals, 50. Movie night, 100. Pizza day, 0. Seminars and training, 0. Senior events, 0. Senior events bus, 3,000. Senior lunch program, 2,500. Summer field trips, 0. Summer field trips bus, 0. Telephone, 1,600. Vacation and activities, 800. Total for parks and recreation of 23,590. I didn't have a chance to meet with them when they were here. Does anyone have any familiarity with why their budget is so changed?
Because they set up last year, the voters approved a reserve fund balance. Revolving fund, that's right. And so we don't have to account for the field trips and everything else because they pay directly into the cost is a direct cost. So if you want to send your kids to camp, that money goes in the revolving fund and they pay for everything out of that revolving fund.
Okay. For some reason, the bus for one of the events still comes out, but not the event. Like the senior events is zeroed out, but the senior events bus is still budgeted at 3,000.
The seniors pay for it.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but
Seniors pay for the event, but they don't pay for the bus.
No, they don't.
That's right. We pay for the bus, they pay for the event.
Cool, that makes sense. Okay.
As a resident, can I ask a question?
Please.
Why do we have $900 for Kingston Days Entertainment? Isn't that Kingston Days?
No.
No.
They, I can answer that because I was on the Kingston Days Committee for years. Certain groups paid for certain entertainment, so it didn't all come out of the 300, whatever, the 327. So it's just something that.
So the Recreation Commission sponsors an event for Kingston Days?
Yes.
And they're usually children's events.
Children's events, yes.
Sponsor,
Like,
make sure they're there.
I can't even remember.
Wayne from Maine.
Wayne from Maine.
And Curious Creature.
That's the one. Yeah, thank you.
It's almost like you know that.
We know her favorite part of Kingston Days.
Yeah, Wayne from Maine got to charge more than 900 though, I guess.
No.
No?
No.
Really?
He's like.
Well, sometimes he brings Dwayne too. So.
Yeah, I mean, he only gets $400 an hour.
Yeah.
Might wanna think about raising it, he might not come next year.
Recreation budget,
We still need to vote on it. So he moved. Would you like to second his motion?
Sure, I'll second, what do we second?
All right. So we have Parks and Recreation, 1,590. All in favor of approving that number? Aye. We have no no's, and Sean will be an abstention. So we are almost unanimous with Sean abstaining. Right? He would be considered an abstention.
So what is?
He's not
Is he, did he leave? or
Comfortable
the
with
meeting,
that
or
amount of
he's
money
still
for the rec
there?
department?
Wayne for me,
He's just not
450.
here.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
We have done library.
We agree.
Patriotic purposes, $500. I ask this every year and I forget. What is it for?
Parade or anything.
What are you talking
That
about?
was ice cream?
I thought it paid
I never got an ice cream.
Hold on, did the board agree with recreation? The select board?
What?
Do you guys, hi.
What are we playing,
Being
Indian?
blinded over, being blinded over.
Native American.
You guys are still talking about Wayne over there. Can we get on?
We were in agreement if you were asking us that question.
Yeah, no, I said
Yeah,
we
were good.
agreed.
We weren't sure if we were paying Wayne from Maine enough. That was the question.
You can review it for next week.
it's coming from up there.
We'll check.
Looking for Wayne now.
No, it's way up.
Come from the top.
You're gonna have to climb up there and.
So where are we?
Patriotic purposes on page 15.
They just went from 500 to 5,000.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're just a bunch of patriots here.
For the 350th.
Is that for bayonets? What are we spending?
$500.
Okay.
I'll second that one.
We are gonna vote on patriotic purposes for 500. All those who approve. Anyone against? I'm gonna abstain just because I really don't understand the whole fun there. So We are mostly in approval. I abstain. Sean's not here.
That's ice cream and stuff for the kids after the parade.
It's also if someone passes away, or if this want to send flowers, or it's just, it's called patriotic purposes. I don't know where that line ever came from, the name, but it's for us to be able to do certain things.
It's good. It's got alliteration, patriotic purposes.
That used to be, we used to buy the budget committee's lunch.
That's what I understood it as, but it's not that. Okay, museum.
Are we in agreement?
Yeah. Museum. Archival office supplies, 1800. Archivist consultant, 1940. Computer and equipment supplies, 750. Computer support, 660. Dues, fees, and programs, 375. Mileage and meals, 100. Office supplies, zeroed out. Seminars and training, 140. We have a total ask of 5,765, which is 0% increase. So we're gonna vote on museum. All those in favor?
Okay.
I don't think they got. I'm gonna be aye as well because I remember meeting with them. So we are unanimous on museum. Ellen. Yep. Select people.
Yes.
We agree.
Heritage.
Aye, aye, aye.
Dues 50. Form and envelopes 30. Heritage website 0. Matching grants 5,500. Postage 50. Publications 316. Seminars and training 510. Supplies 1,000. Town brochure 500. We were given a pretty good explanation for why supplies could stay at 1,000. The total ask is 7,956. Do we have any further discussion about heritage?
I'll make the motion.
What publications are we talking about?
So their publications generally are, I think they'll send out like flyers and pamphlets. Flyers, brochures. Basically just regarding our
Heritage.
That's down on the town brochure, right?
Is that what that is? I think town brochure is a very specific one, so I think
Yeah, they didn't spend it.
It's only 50 goods. They haven't spent it.
Placeholder. I'm up yet.
well, we've already made a motion to vote on that. Are we in approval or?
Because here they do.
Unfortunately, all we can talk about right now is whether we approve, oppose, or abstain from this vote here.
Well, technically, once I make the motion, it is open for further discussion. In other words, you can discuss.
I thought it was seconded.
Yeah, has been seconded?
Even after the second,
We can still talk about it.
I can second it for discussion.
Yeah, Chuck seconded it. You said.
Yeah.
But we can discuss it now before we vote?
That's actually, you're not supposed to discuss it until after motion's made, but you can do it either way.
Huh, cool. All right, let's discuss.
If there's any further discussion.
I misunderstood that. All right.
What's the question?
So we're gonna slash the hell out of her budget now? Is that what I'm understanding?
What was your motion, Rick?
I moved the number that they had, it was zero change, looks like they don't spend a lot of money, they don't spend much money.
Which line?
Matching grants.
Matching grant was a question, that might be for.
Do you have their actual?
I'm looking for it right now.
Because
what happened with the bandstand? I don't know if that's got anything to do with this or not. Is that, was town?
Yes. No, that was a matching grant.
They haven't used.
Was the, I don't know if the bandstand fell under any of that, where they got, the L-chip gave the
Yes.
money. I know there was a matching grant.
On what, the matching grant?
Yes.
Well, I think one thing they're looking to do on a matching grant is they're trying to get a grant to put in sidewalks and street lighting and bath houses and.
That's not what this.
Make it one way.
That's not what this is for.
That's not the Heritage
No,
Commission?
it is.
That's not what this is about.
What's on the grants, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're not
but
going for the acres.
They wanted
we're talking about
14,000.
things that, it's
That's
not
a-
what this is about.
That's a warrant article.
Don't forget the trolley that they wanna put down the middle of
This,
it.
this is basically for anything
Can I
that may
request
come
from
up.
you what they've
Like
spent this
cemetery
year?
studies, putting something on the national registry, the state registry.
I was so confused reading it.
Okay,
All that
okay.
type of stuff.
I can just
Native
tell you-
American artifact hunting.
Kevin would like to say something?
This is just a placeholder if they're gonna apply for a grant. What everyone's talking about, that one about the one-way on the planes and all that was something completely separate. This is for them to apply for L-chip money or anything that come up. It would not be spent unless they had a grant in hand, so
They spent $801.29.
it's a placeholder, but it needs to be there because you don't know if something comes up.
And it has to be approved.
That is, and one of the things about this was, if there's any kind of like, any kind of historical work that was done, like, they wanted to, fix a build, even, we can even use it towards buildings.
Correct.
Any historical, so if there's money out there, and
They can apply for it.
if you look at their budget and what they spent in the past, they don't spend it unless, and that's why the number looks high for something they don't need,
Their
but
other fund.
they don't know what's gonna be put out each year.
They got a separate fund, right?
They do.
How much?
You have to show that you have the money to apply for those grants. They won't let you say, yes, we want that grant, we'll come up with the money. That's true. You have to have it in hand when you apply for the grant, so that's why it's important to leave it there.
I question if we're getting a little ornery in the fact that we've gone on a long day, because he is correct in that she has explained some of these things to us in previous meetings as, we need to have a framework in order to make some of the I guess you'd say dreams or whatever you wanna call them, that she is working on for the Heritage Commission. There needs to be the framework there to do so. So I question if shooting a lot of it down is a great idea.
Well, I don't think we're going to. I think people will support it. We could probably vote, and I think it'd probably be okay.
So would we like to vote on 7956? Do you still have the motion and second? Is that a great way for you to sit there?
I cannot see it, so.
You stroking over there, Ellen?
I'm being blinded.
You can move.
I keep trying to move and I keep.
All those in favor of 7,956?
Aye.
Aye. Is anyone against or abstaining? We
I'm gonna
are
go sit over there.
Ellen, go
unanimous.
right there.
I'm gonna go, I can't, I'm high, I'm tall, I keep hitting the light. I'm just gonna go sit over there.
Yeah,
There you
sit
go.
over here, Ellen.
I didn't wanna, but I'm like, I'm being blinded.
We got one more.
We agree, by the
Let's
way.
keep going. We got one
You
more.
get that, we agree?
Ellen sitting sideways.
Agree.
We get one more.
One more.
Okay,
That's fine with me.
everyone, dig deep here. Conservation, boat launch attendant, 2,500, dues, 600, lake water testing, 2,000, mileage and meals, 300, milfoil testing and treatment, 14,000, professional services, 600, public education, 400, seminars and training, 600, supplies, 500, transfer, gone, conservation is total of 21,500. I just want to say, because I know the big question is the milfoil testing and treatment, they have put that out to warrant for several years in a row, and technically the stance is that we need to put that in if the public has decided that they want it that many years in succession.
There's a good part of that too, is if it's in our control instead of the people that used to be handling the council. So now it's in our power to control it.
You just want power, you greedy board, yo. What's that?
I got one right there.
A lot of it is with volunteers, volunteer their time to go and do the work.
But the water treatment is what costs.
Right.
Well, the
Right, I understand
testing,
that.
the sending in for testing does cost money.
Yeah, there's income generated from this.
I'll make the motion, 21.5.
I second.
All in favor of 21,500 for conservation?
Aye.
Aye. Looks like we are unanimous on that. Everyone has said aye. So now we need to run through, do the math here for that bottom number.
No, we gotta go back to
I
selectmen.
got a question.
We haven't done selectmen yet.
Yeah, I got a question before we vote on it.
Oh, executive, yeah, sorry, yeah.
We put in a warrant article to set up a revolving fund for that, right?
For who?
For the milfoil.
Yeah.
My concern is, didn't we put in an article to set up, because they have a fund that they've gotten money and they've hold on to, it's a.
It's a non-lapsing warrant
Non-lapsing
article
fund.
that they put in.
Okay, is this money gonna go into that or no?
No.
Okay.
No, this would be in the
Okay.
2020 budget.
Okay, and the other question would be, it's under conservation, and isn't it anything not expended under conservation?
Goes to the
Goes to conservation?
Commission.
So if we don't spend this 14 grand, the Conservation Commission is gonna get it?
And I asked that same question in the meeting when the guy wanted to do this, and he said their budget is the 14,000, but he said 1 year they may spend 22, 1 year they may spend 6. And that's why it's that type of fee. That if they have a really bad outbreak, that they'll spend 20 to 25,000.
Well, you made the comment that the board would control this.
Well,
The board will
the town
not,
controls it, right.
the board's not gonna control it if it's not spent this year.
Right, but the town controls it instead of the pond.
It's
The Conservation Commission
still controls it. Yeah.
will control
I guess the question is, do we wanna put it somewhere other than conservation?
Is this earmarked?
I asked that at a selectmen's meeting,
Under
and you,
the,
all of you said
State
conservation.
chart of accounts.
What's that?
That's where it belongs, under the state chart.
Is this earmarked just for Kingston Lake, or does
We'll
it
know
also
what
cover
they
some of
spend
the others?
and what they have in their
Powell
funds.
Pond.
Once they have it, the next year, we can say, we're only
They have a
spending
milfoil
X amount.
problem.
Right.
That's another thing that changed, now it's all lakes in Kingston.
It could be any,
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's in our town.
Ray, there is, it's primarily for powwow, at the same
You can
time.
set up another summer.
It is primarily for powwow, but,
Even though it has to appear in the
Dan,
Constitution.
the Long Pond has got milfoil in it as well.
Then it's not
So it's probably a matter of time before it comes down to Kingston Lake, the Great Pond. So, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a problem in the future, but right now, this is primarily for powwow, for Powwow Pond.
Don't
And
worry
it-
about Country Pond, right?
And the Powwow Pond Association
Country
kicks
Pond
in
might
money
be
too.
needing a share of that too.
What?
They're getting that from Newton.
Right after you start giving away free clamps.
I got a
Okay, what do you wanna do?
question.
I'm fine with it.
I think we should let that go.
We'll watch it and see what conservation does with
Okay,
it.
so I guess we agree.
You yielding?
Go ahead.
So,
It really kind of is for Cindy. You know, we funded this for years, but it shows zero funding ahead of it. Just, it's like, this is the first time we're funding 14,000.
It was a warrant article.
Shouldn't it show the,
It is the first time in the general fund budget. It's always been a separate warrant article.
yeah, a line item because it was a warrant or something, right?
It's a separate warrant article.
So,
And this year, Conservation requested to add it to their lines, in their budget for the general fund.
okay, but we don't historically show that it's been funded.
Separate warrant article wasn't through the general fund.
Okay.
so what happened with all that money?
Was spent.
It's accounted for in our financial statements, but it is not part of the general fund budget. In the past,
And then,
been through a separate warrant article.
and then any money.
In the past, it was actually, a check was cut to that association, wasn't it? Isn't that what the warrant article did?
No,
They were just submitting the bills directly to us?
and then they would give us money, our portion, because it's split between several towns.
Yeah.
They would give us revenue that they received from the state in grants.
So that money is only for Powwow Pond, or is it for all three
It would,
bodies?
Well, they're the only ones.
it would end out, because the way it's set up now will be for all water places, but there is no milfoil in, say, Great Pond right now. So if there was milfoil discovered,
Country Pond either.
yeah, there's none in Country Pond. So if it was discovered, the first year, the state would pick up 100% of the cost, but the second year, we would have to pick up the cost.
Like, because they'd started a boat launch, this boat launch attendant, I don't know if anyone saw that line out on the top. Excuse me. The goal to get a boat launch attendant, somebody would be checking and say, hey, can you check to make sure you're not bringing milfoil in so we don't have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars. Is that money for the boat launch attendant? Is that for
Kingston Lake.
just Kingston Lake? No other lakes are protected. We're not worried about the other lakes.
We don't have a boat attendant in all the other lakes, no.
Okay. That money is just for that one lake.
The $2,500 for a boat launch attendant, yes.
Thank you.
Well, they have a volunteer on New Boston Road. It's out there almost all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
On Powell?
Yeah, on the Lake Association. Right by the bridge, isn't it?
I don't think there's any volunteers down here now, all the volunteers get paid.
Right.
What are you trying to say, Mark?
Okay. Eat whatever you give it.
Is that it?
We need selectmen's budget, the very first page.
Excuse me. Okay, so we're moving to executive, full 130, first page. Salaries, selectmen. Oh, you already got a question.
There was a mistake when we did the calculation for the full-time salary. Last year, we had a part-time, Tori was part-time, and the town voted to put her full-time. And there was a mistake in the calculation, so that $148,940 needs to be changed by $10,500, which would bring that number to $159,440. So salaries full-time under the executive budget would be $159,440.
Got it. Thank you. Salaries, selectmen, 22,100. Salaries full-time, 159,440. Salaries overtime, 500. Salaries part-time, nothing. Ads classified, 1,000. Boat launch keys gone. Books, 1,700. Computer maintenance, 10,000. Computer training, computer supplies, 1,000. Computer training, 1. Computer upgrade, 4,850. Consulting and outside services, 5,000. Contracted services, 100,000. Dog tags is zeroed out. Dues, 6,200. Equipment maintenance contracts, 750. Equipment repairs, 350. Equipment supplies, 500. Forms and envelopes, 1,500. Info printing and mailing, 800. Legal ads, 1,000. Mileage and meals, 450. Office equipment, 400. Penalties, 100. Postage, 13,000. Recording fees, 150. Seminars and training, 500. Solid waste task force off, $1. Supplies, 3,200. Tax map updates, 3,000. Tax maps for sale, 150. Telephone, 6,800. Town cable TV operations, 16,500. Town reports, 1,800. That is a total of
362,742.
an increase of what, 19%, I think, of that.
21%?
I get
362,742.
question. I got a question for you about that, Kevin, with the salaries, because I thought that was a line item that was going to be taken away from financial administration.
No, actually,
this was a part-time assessor was now full-time, right? That's what happened? Or is this the double difference?
The clerk,
the clerk, not the assessor.
Assessor's contract.
If you look at salaries part-time on the first page, is at 30,056. That's no longer there anymore.
Which line?
They zeroed out salaries part-time and added 10,000.
Became a full-time employee.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So salaries part-time has gone to
Zero.
Zero or $1 or zero?
Zero, but that's why there's the 500 overtime in case we have to pay her overtime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the contracted services for the 100,000, due to
the FOAs.
The problem, is that something that's going to, who knows, but is that something that's gonna continue to be budgeted at that amount of money? I mean,
Until we get a handle on it, we don't know. The reason it went up is because the figure of 62,100 was kind of artificial because we encumbered funds from the year before. Now you're seeing the full budgeting of it, and that actually is going out to bid. So we no longer have a contract with the old company, Santac, and we're going out to bid and see what it's gonna come in at. But we anticipate we're gonna have to do something, and we're gonna have to pay a consultant to do it.
right, I mean, my only concern is that it's obviously something that's come up, we've gotta put it in there. We do have other means within the town to finance something like this, other than a warrant article, because we don't want them to turn it down because we have to do it. It's gonna be consistent. If you have considered paying for it, I don't know, I call it excess and deficiency.
Hiring an individual, you saying?
I'm just saying,
Yeah, Chuck.
Chuck, can you move the mic close?
Oh, sorry. To use the question with the dump fund. Now, that's, you know, again, to me, it's $100,000 a lot of money. Taxpayers all have to pay it for a particular problem that we have. And if it's gonna continue to be there, just rather than just putting it in the budget because we have to do it versus taking it out of another fund so it doesn't affect the tax rate. You know, 20 grand, I understand, 100 grand, it's.
We don't know where it's gonna go. I don't know if
We have no idea where
we have no where it's gonna go.
I mean, the state just got an injunction against the lower rate. If it stays there, we're gonna be in pretty good shape. If it doesn't, we're gonna be in horrible shape.
Look at it this way, if you spend all the money that's in funds everywhere, and you got zero balance, when they come down and say, you gotta pay this bill, well, that's when you're gonna have to take it out of everyone else's line.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, I understand, but we don't know. I wish we had an answer. It's kinda like buying the bottled water. We don't know yet. And this is the simple way for now until we figure out what the state's gonna do or what's the remediation for this water problem.
$100,000 just for that one contract?
I believe so, yes, right?
I just didn't know if there was a secondary thing too. So.
No.
So I move the executive budget, 4130 for 362, 242?
742.
7.
62742.
Yeah.
Thank you. You moved?
Pardon me?
Did you move?
I did.
I will, you second? Okay, we will call a vote for 362742 on executive. All in favor? Aye. Aye. That is approved unanimously. And what do you guys all abstain?
I think we're all on board with it.
And that was 362742?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. And Ellen, I'll have to ask your advice on this. I have a new request that I just honestly didn't know I had a mailbox.
It's a warrant article.
It's a warrant article?
Yeah, that's what I was signatures.
Signatures are for a warrant. Then this is for Mr. Heights, not me. I was addressed to Mr. Heights anyway. 6%.
Oh, one second.
Okay, turned in.
You're a slow sipper.
Wow, yeah, it's addressed to me. I think this is a request for support
Petition.
under the social services. Let me see.
It is.
They got enough names on here for a warrant article?
Has to be what, 20? 20? Okay.
Without enough signatures.
19, right?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, okay.
She's one of the
I
signatories.
signed it, that's why.
One Sky.
What is it?
One Sky does, they're a nonprofit, based out of the Seacoast. They do a lot of work. If you had a developmentally disabled child, they would help you get ramps for your house. They provide a lot of services.
And according to their note, they provide to 32 families in Kingston?
31.
31.
One Sky Community Service would like to ask the town of Kingston for its consideration of our request to be included in the town budget with regard to funding to help provide additional support for the needs of individuals and families that we serve in the town of Kingston. Our request is based on data that indicates that we provide supports and services to 31 individuals who live in Kingston. As such, we would like you to consider our request for $3,100.
Can I speak on that?
I'm sure you can.
I signed that petition because we have 2 volunteers that come from One Sky that come down to the thrift store. They're just volunteers, but they do, it gives them something to do, a place to go, and they're excellent.
But I think that would stand as its own petition warrant article.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would discuss this next week.
What's the name of the organization?
When's the deadline for articles?
Recess right now.
So can you, Cindy, can you see that Susan gets that?
Ellen, I wanna do this appropriately. We recess now that we voted on, or we vote on the total number.
You did the total.
So we just vote on the total right now.
You should say what the total is, you should not vote on it.
Okay.
You've already voted on all.
Do we have a total, has anyone been doing the math as we went along here?
I bet Cindy has it.
I know Cindy has.
Should we do a quick subtotal so we don't miss one? Is that fair, or? In each department real quick.
Got the 50,000.
While they're doing that, I do have a question that I did need to ask.
Yes, please.
Whether or not the selectmen will be reviewing these full-time salaries line in the executive department for any additional amendments that will.
Yeah, is that gonna be in the wage,
What's that?
Are you guys gonna, review the salaries in the wage, adjustment line, or?
We'll take a look at it and see.
It's not mine, I'm not,
Would you like to be included?
no, I have my own. Feel free to.
I heard something about blank checks.
Ellen, I'm
What's
gonna give you
that?
a piece of
Something
paper.
about
Just
blank
write
checks,
what
I'm
for
interested.
salary. Can you just
Just
write
fill in
one
what you
for
need for
salary
the
on
week.
back of that note, please?
Well, that's what I understand, it seemed like all of a sudden,
the selectmen didn't get the pay for performance.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, we don't wanna take money
sometimes
from
you
you
don't wanna
guys.
ask the question, you don't wanna post that answer.
I mean, we could adjust that line to maybe 100.
Yeah.
I might even consider running again.
Pay for performance can't work negatively, can it?
There you go. It's, I gotta quit because I'm so underpaid.
What?
This is my 4th meeting of the week.
The only thing I would add, though, before we get the final figure, talk about Alan, I don't think there's any reason for us to have to meet tomorrow.
I agree, yeah, I totally agree. Who here wants to meet tomorrow?
It's like, who doesn't want to adjourn?
And if I may,
The answer
normally
to
the
your-
reason why you would meet tomorrow is because previously you just reviewed all the budgets with everybody, they left, and you voted after the fact, and that way you call them, so in case there were any significant changes to the budget, you had another public hearing, so people could come in to try to convince you to put it back in the budget. Everybody was here.
Yeah, and the only
Other than
significant,
a couple of agencies that you can call to say, I think there was,
cemeteries, which we got a hold of them, yeah.
So, you don't need tomorrow's budget to meet any legal requirements for the warrant. That's next Saturday.
It's gonna be 50+ degrees tomorrow as well, so I hope everyone enjoys that, because we will not be here. Do we have a total on the,
I just wanna double check it.
okay. Is there any numbers you need confirming?
No, just my calculation.
Just a question, talking about pay for performance, I'll just tell you this, I'm not gonna be here next year, I won't be doing this next year, but there's,
Me either.
you may wanna consider.
Actually, give it myself.
In the future, paying people to be on the budget committee, because you can't get people to do it, it's challenging.
That would have to be through a warrant article.
It would have to be statutorily allowable.
Right.
I don't think it is.
You get paid, planning board's gonna wanna be paid, ZBA.
Well, that's been put in before, I think.
I know.
1977, there was money in there
Just
to
leave
pay.
the decision up to like 3 of us, and we'll just say, nobody gets raises.
And I was told, Rich, by Cindy, that the Board of Selectmen,
I get a-
any elected officials
We're
needed
easier
to
to
put in a
bribe when
warrant
there's only a
article
few of us.
if you want to change their
Yeah.
pay.
Yes, but your
I don't
operating
know.
budget
It's
is
just-
one.
I know
Well,
there's
I'm just saying.
It is.
I was just responding to Rich.
Right, you gotta say Board of
Next meeting is
Selectmen,
next
current.
week, the 18th.
So if they vote to pay the planning board, there's planning
No.
board, you get more money.
I told them,
Let me look it up.
listen, I'm not here, I feel bad for my wife, Roger Clark told me.
You're not on the planning board.
Service to your
Times a year, it's only a couple
9
hours.
AM.
9
Same
AM
as
on the
today.
18th.
Every Sunday.
That's what we're
Come on, I thought you guys were tight. I thought you guys were tight.
It's there, we don't have a
You
second.
requested it?
It says, if needed.
But we don't need tomorrow. But we do need the 18th. But we do need the 18th, because you
Yes,
got
but
Tammy
the
and
19th is also, if
we
needed.
may not need it either.
Right, exactly. We have never
And you're in
done
trouble
that.
now.
But it was good that you leaned forward towards the mic to make sure it was clear.
I don't,
He did do that, didn't he?
Ellen, are we supposed to do, Ellen, are we supposed to do revenue today as well?
You can if you have it, but you definitely have to do it next week. Next week anyway. I mean, if you have it, you can talk about it, and the next week can be a minor discussion. You definitely have to at least bring it up next week.
Next week is same thing, 9 AM, 18th.
But next week starts with the warrant articles.
Yes.
Of which this is one. But you don't have to do this much. All you have to say is sanitation, you say the final number, any questions. You don't have to do it all again.
Right.
Just have to read it. However, next week, the Board of Selectmen do have to give you the default budget and how they arrived at it.
So while Cindy's going over the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this revenue. Let's save us some time next week. Put money in the bank for next week.
Default budget.
So we're gonna start with income on 3/2/30. Let's see, we have
And right now.
land use tax, change taxes, is budgeted at 61,000. Yield taxes, timber at 1,000.
do it from home.
Excavation and gravel tax at 2,000. Interest and penalties.
What we're talking.
Is anybody
We're going over revenue now. We're gonna.
You might wanna wait.
Revenue now or next week?
Gotta have an idea of what.
We're doing it now. That's what he's reading.
Thought we were gonna do it next week.
We have a number from you? What's the number?
6,000,000, 149,370.
370?
Correct.
What's the percentage increase?
6,000,000?
No percentage increase.
Oh, the percentage, 6.
Thank you.
Yep.
So before warrant articles, we're.
What's the number again, Cindy? 6,149,370. For 6%.
Increase.
revenue numbers in here?
I have,
This is separate
sheet, yeah.
Do you have an estimate?
Those are, we need to work on revenues.
You shouldn't do revenues.
Then we should do
No,
that.
Cindy doesn't have a good number here.
The one thing I forgot to vote in minutes when we started, we should vote that in, right? Okay, so everyone has been given a copy of the minutes, we've had them for obviously over a month now. I'd imagine if someone had a concern with them, they would have brought it to me at this point. We would like to, can we get a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved. Second. So you accept it?
The minutes from, the last time we met, which is December 15th, sorry. It was,
Okay.
so, vote to accept the minutes from December 15th. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Chuck seconded it. I know Chuck made the motion.
Gary did. Okay, so we're not gonna do revenue, so we don't need to recess this hearing, we can, okay. Do we have anyone who wants to do, or do we have any other business anyone wants to discuss? Anyone as a public member wants to discuss anything? No? Motion to adjourn?
No, make a motion to cancel tomorrow's hearing if you're not doing it.
Can I get a motion to cancel?
So moved.
All in favor of canceling tomorrow's meeting? All are in favor, unanimous? Selectman, where are you at on that?
We're in a favor of it.
You have to wake them up.
Yeah, it's actually your meeting, right?
Yeah, I was just kidding. Okay, so now accept to close the meeting. Can we get a motion to close the meeting?
Motion to close.
We have approval to close the meeting. Who's in favor?
Aye. Pick out the revenues.
Aye, unanimous.
Next week, Saturday, is it 9 AM?
9 AM, sir. It's the 18th, 9 AM.
And we shouldn't even.
Oh, you're dropping your pen.
You wanna do that Monday night?